What's up, family? Alright. I know I'm late, y'all. Bear with me, alright? What's up, family? It's none other than your boy JGiddins the father. As usual, remember to be positive, be optimistic, keep positive people in your circle, as those three things are key to ensuring positivity is invited in your future, okay? I want to first off offer my apologies to everybody. What's up, bro? I want to first off offer my apologies to everybody for me coming late. I do want to let anybody know who's watching this back that today you're going to get a lot of information. You're going to get a lot of information. You're going to get a lot of insight. I would ask that y'all take notes or, on anything that you may need to research further. I want to set your expectation that this lecture is going to be long, okay? This lecture is going to be long. It's going to be, we might have to divide it up because I think Instagram only lets you go live for, a little while, for like maybe 2 hours or so, all right? First thing I want to get across, right? And look, it was something, listen, whenever you try to get on here and you try to do this high vibrational stuff starts happening, okay? I wanted to have my citrine here with me, my citrine crystal, which I had in my hand about 20 minutes ago, and I lost it. I have no idea how. I was reprimanding, I was teaching my son something, and then the citrine disappeared. But I got my red dragon sage, alright? We're gonna keep it moving, alright? Y'all stick with me, alright? Anybody watching this back? You got time. Anybody in here right now, stick with me because we're going to cover a lot today and a lot of eyes about to be opened up. A lot of these eyes about to be opened up. That's real shit. Alright, first off, I want to let y'all know what the intent of this video is, right? I always like to tell people that the intent behind my lectures is the 3 eyes, right? And that means information, insight, and inspiration. Okay? Peace to you, reflection. Shout out to everybody you in here. One love to y'all, okay? So the first thing we want to do is provide information, okay? Second thing we want to do is provide insight, right? Insight is kind of the same as information, but it's also allowing you to see from different perspectives. And then lastly, inspiration. And when I say inspiration, what I mean is I would like for y'all to actually go and post about this on your page. Go and talk to people about it. Go and save your friends and family's life with what we're about to talk about. Because this is about to be some life-changing stuff. We ain't in here talking about no old willy-nilly type of shit. You know what I'm saying? We in here talking about some real shit today, okay? Now, in addition to the intent, I want to give a quick disclosure and disclaimer to everybody. First off, I want to say that I ask that everybody, kind of like be respectful to everybody, have no judgment. I don't know if anybody's going to be, and this is for the people who watching this back as well. Don't comment anything disrespectful, anything. Everybody is on different levels in terms of their understanding. I try to match everybody's level of understanding. Second thing I want to say is if y'all have any questions or concerns or need me to clarify anything, also, somebody let me know if y'all can hear me. Look, I want y'all to see this, right? And for my people who watching this back, you're not going to be able to see the comments, right? But I'm going to pin this comment because I want y'all to see something, right? You see this person right here, Chocolate Wonder with a number 3. They commented, just got back from drinking liquor and eating fried chicken and some soul food. Now, the title of this lecture is Food and Health. They came in here and commented that. Now, I'm glad that they did that because this person that you see, this is what you call a bot or an agent, right? What they do is they literally come into lives when people are trying to build, because listen, the information that I'm about to share with y'all will not only save your life, but save the life of everybody around you. And they fear that. They don't want your life saved. They want you dying. They want nothing. They want you to have no level of intelligence. So they jump in here and they say weird shit like that. Pay attention to that. You'll see it on comments. You'll see all of that. Like when you see a post and it's something that teaches you something, you'll have somebody come in there and start saying stupid shit, right? Like that. I want y'all to really take a second and think about that. Why would a person jump into a lecture where we're trying to build our community and teach ourselves about food and actually write, just got back from drinking liquor and eating fried chicken? You got to understand, there's people who actually get paid money to do what they doing. These are what you call agents. And the fact that those people exist, you should know that this is some real shit we about to talk about. Real shit. They wouldn't waste their time doing that. They wouldn't wait. You know what I'm saying? You think this person will waste their time coming in here saying this if what I'm about to say not important? They don't want you to get this drop. They don't want you to know how to save your life. All right? But I just wanted to share that. I'm going to unpin it because I don't want to give them no more. And I'm going to block them after this. Because I was worried about that person. I was wary of that person from the beginning when I first seen them on my page because their page looked like, looked like some lame shit. You know what I'm saying? It looked like somebody who fearful. They don't got no pictures of themselves. They're not talking about nothing. So let me go ahead and block them. Hold up. Yeah, I blocked Chocolate Wonder. But I'm glad that Chocolate Wonder came in here to show y'all what an agent looked like. Because that's one of them. You remember how on on the matrix and see this is about a lot more than food and health. I want y'all to know we gonna learn everything. So anybody who in here, y'all need to pat yourself on the back, because the stuff we talking about, a lot of people cannot keep up with, okay? They cannot. It's a certain level of vibration you have to have, and we gonna go over that as well. That's called cymatics, okay? Just stick with me. That's all I ask y'all to do. Stick with me. I've been sending people messages asking them to come in here. I've been sharing the live. I've been telling everybody, you know what I'm saying? And if y'all could, share the live for me too. And I've been doing it because it's very important. And that person, Chocolate Wonder, if that don't show y'all how important this is, you gotta pay attention, okay? And then he gonna comment with some hot sauce. Man, that's sad. That's sad. I should have left that comment up. Matter of fact, I ain't gonna leave it up because I don't want it to distract nobody. So far, I told y'all that the intent of we're gonna get the ball rolling, y'all. This is an intro. Give me about 5 minutes through the intro. We're gonna get the ball rolling because I don't like to waste time. Y'all know how I do. I'm a scientist. We're gonna get into this. Everybody who watching this live gonna look at doctors and be like, what is you talking about after this live? I guarantee you, you're not gonna have questions, none of that, alright? And if you do, we're gonna get them knocked out, alright? The intent of this is to provide information, insight, and to inspire you to do better with yourself. We all have to understand that this is not about judging nobody. It's not about trying to make nobody feel bad. We all are sick. We all are sick psychologically. That's the first thing we have to understand. Since you were a baby, you was told to think a certain way. So when it's 30, 20 years later and somebody trying to get you to think different, you have to understand that's going to be tough. That's tough for anybody. You know what I'm saying? So, there's a quick story that y'all can look up called The Eagle, and I think it's called The Chicken and the Eagle, right? Where there was basically a baby eagle that was raised around chickens, and he was looking up seeing an eagle fly, and he kept saying, oh my goodness, I wish I could fly like that eagle. And all the chickens was looking at him like, yeah, okay. Then the eagle came down. He said, oh man, I wish I could fly like you. The eagle said, you can fly like me. You're an eagle. He said, no, I can't. I'm a chicken. He said, okay. And he flew off. You see, what you got to understand is that it's all about what your mind conceives. Let's move forward because I don't want nobody to feel like, oh, this is taking all day. Listen, let's get to this drop because we got to save lives today. That's what this is about, all right? Now, I want y'all to also know, right, because there's a lot of people out here, right? There's a lot of different leaders. There's a lot of different people who are speaking out. I'm not gonna mention their names, but I want y'all to make sure that you're using discernment, right? And when I say discernment, for those who don't know, discernment means how you judge what a person's character is and what their true goal is and what their true nature is, right? And I say that because you have some people who want you to know everything, and then you have some people who want you to know that they know everything. So you'll see them talking at you in videos, right? So they do these videos where they like, yeah, because you connect the blah 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 to the blah 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 to the blah blah blah, and then you got the blah 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 blah, and they want you to just look at them like, oh, they really smart, and follow them. I don't want you to do that. I want everything I say after this video, y'all to know. So that you don't have to, you know what I'm saying? We all gonna get this at the same time. And in every section, we gonna recap. Hold up, but let's get into it, alright? So we talked about discernment, right? The last thing I want to say is we have to really think about how we can help our families, okay? We have to think about how we can help our families. All of us know, because we are quote-unquote black people. We know we're not black. We know we're not black. That's a color. There's nobody black. This is black. You ain't never seen nobody black. You ain't never seen nobody white, because those are colors. Those are not races, which was created by Nazis. But we're not going to get into that. At the end of the day, what we're talking about is all of us black people, African Americans, we have family members that are dying from diseases, whether it be, diabetes or tumors, cancer, all these different types of sicknesses and diseases that our families have. And we just don't know what to do. We look to our doctors and we like, can you help us? Can you help us? But they still sick. I mean, all of us know somebody who had a sickness and they had it for 10 years and counting. You know what I'm saying? I haven't been to a doctor in 12 years and I'm not going to one. And I don't have anything, right? And this is why I want y'all to really understand what's going on. You know what I'm saying? There's a statement that says, an apple a day, and we still in the intro, we about to get into it. An apple a day keeps the doctor away, okay? I want y'all to keep in mind that no doctor said that. My guy Nanitha, one love to you, family. I see you came in. My guy Nanitha wanted to get some information on this, so I want to make sure that you know what I'm saying, stick around for me. About an hour in, we gonna get into what you need to hear, alright? But we just getting started, okay? Keep in mind that the phrase "an apple a day keeps the doctor away" was not said by a doctor, okay? That was said by a scientist. Again, an apple a day keeps the doctor away was not said by a doctor. It was said by a scientist. What does that tell you, right? And the reason they said that is because the molecular formula of an apple is CHO, right? Dr. Sebi taught this, which is carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. That's the only thing you need. Y'all gonna know that by the time this lecture is over, if you can stick with me. I know a lot of people not gonna be able to. Y'all got better things to do, but for those who really are, we about to, You said, me too, I don't believe in doctors or on my own healer. Yeah, exactly. And for anybody who's in here, never feel like you can't comment, because I'm looking at the comments and I'm addressing them as I see them, because I want to make sure that nobody's left behind. And we're going to recap. Everybody in here going to be masters. We ain't playing no games. We ain't playing no, oh, I might know, I kind of know. No, everybody in here going to know the anatomy. Y'all going to know blood cells, how they work, how to heal yourself, what these doctors is doing, how they making you more sick, all of these products that you're using that's causing sicknesses, carcinogens, all of that, right? All right, let's keep on moving, right? I got a little guide over here so I don't get lost, because I be talking about so much that I be, you know what I'm saying? First thing I want to do before we get started is explain to y'all how this lecture is going to go. What's up, Queen Punk? I see you in here. One love to you guys. First thing I want to do is explain to y'all how this lecture is going to go, okay? This lecture is going to be divided into 3 parts, okay? The first part is going to be anatomy, right? So we're going to talk about anatomy, because I got to make sure, listen, I cannot teach y'all about food and health and all of how that works if you don't know the anatomy, right? So we're going to go over the anatomy basically. I can't cram everything into one live, but we're going to go over what you need to know in order to explain how to not get sick and how to stand up to doctors like, what the hell is you doing, right? So we're going to go over anatomy, right? Part 2 is going to be food and health, okay? So part 1 is anatomy, part 2 is food and health, and part 3 is a section that I call insight and information, but it's basically exposing. Part 3, I'm gonna expose a lot of things to y'all about like what's going on around you and why you're being sick, okay, or why you're being made sick. Divine Duality said they removed my comment. Re-comment it, because I didn't see you, Reflection. I'm making sure to address any comments that come up, all right? Because we gotta all know this as we going forward, okay? So we know how this is going to go. Now, part 1 is going to have 4 parts. We don't need to go into how many parts. Just know we're going to divide this up into 3 parts, and there'll be sections each one. I'm going to recap each section, all right? I tried to add a little bit of, formula to this, right? And if we get cut off on the live, I'm going to start back live. So everybody who watching this, if we get cut off, this is part 1. We're going to start back live, okay? All right, now, last thing I want y'all to know, 2 things. First of all, just know that the more you know, the less questions you have to ask, okay? This is the reason why we're here. Because a lot of people might say, well, what are we doing this for, And I feel like I'm rushing talking, man, but it's just so hard to get people to listen, bro. Like, if you're not twerking or throwing money or talking about I'm the baddest nigga with guns and all that shit, don't nobody want to listen. So I'm trying to hurry up so people can get it, but I'm also cheating people who may really want the information and don't have to be tricked into learning how to heal themselves. So let me take my time and appreciate the people who actually appreciate the information. Those who will get it will get it. So I'm going to slow down a little bit. Just know that the more you know, the less questions you have to ask. You don't have to ask questions like, oh, why does my elbow hurt, when you know all about your elbow, right? And you'll stop trying to go to somebody else for something and figure it out yourself, because you have all of the answers in yourself. He said, all I said was, I just ate a fruit salad. H3O. Okay, yeah, H3O2. Exactly. Yeah. That's water that comes from fruit, which is hydrogenated. It's hydrogenated because we ain't gonna get into that. They dehydrated water, which is why water that you drink like this is not really good for you. Alright, but we ain't gonna go into all of that. Second thing I wanted to say was, there's something that I posted called the BMI challenge. And right after this, we gonna jump into it, y'all. We gonna take off, alright? But I wanna tell y'all real quick. There's something I started, and I'm gonna pin this only because I want to make sure that everybody knows, right? Because I want y'all to participate, because a lot of people did not participate, and I think it's really because it may be that some people are insecure, or you may feel like you don't want anybody to judge you. But I made a post and I titled it BMI challenge, right? A BMI means body mass index. The body mass index chart is going to show you, based on your weight and your height, based on your height, what your weight should be. Okay? You want to look at this and you want to see where you are. It's going to line up to tell you how healthy you are. This is very important. If you still feel insecure after this live and you don't want to show it, that's fine. But this is not about judging. Okay? This is not about, oh, this person, that person. This is about making sure that you stay aware of yourself. Nobody should not know how much you weigh, bro. That doesn't make any sense. Imagine if you got a car and somebody walk up to you and say, hey, put this in your car. You're not going to just put that in there. You're going to say, no, I'm not doing that. What is that going to do to my car, right? But if I walk up to you and say, hey, drink this Pepsi, you just gonna drink it. You're gonna be like, oh, all right, it tastes good. You're not gonna ask, what does it do? What is in it? None of that, right? And this is the problem that a lot of our people have. We care more about objects than we do our body. These bodies are vehicles. These are called avatars, vessels, all right? Let's go ahead and jump into it, right? Let me see who in here, because I see the numbers going up and down. I guess some people don't feel like it's important enough for them. All right, so let's keep on moving, man, because y'all gotta really get this information. All right, so number one, we're gonna start with anatomy. Now, before we really get into it, okay, what I gotta do is explain to y'all two things, okay? One is what etymology is, and two, I want to show you what I'm gonna be using and how that works, okay? Because I don't want no issues from nobody with what we're doing, right? Number one, etymology. Let's go over etymology real quick, right? Because I'm gonna be bringing up etymology, and I don't want to lose nobody, and people be like, "What are you talking about?" or don't understand, right? Etymology is like the true definition of a word, right? So, for instance, I'm gonna give you an example of one so that you can see what I'm talking about. But here's my example. Here's my metaphorical example, so you can understand the importance of etymology, or knowing the etymology of a word. Imagine that, and some of y'all might have heard me say this before. Imagine that you and your family go through a portal and you come out on another planet, right? And you don't know this planet, you don't know anything on the planet, right? And your son or your daughter sees this thing walking, and they say, "Oh my goodness, that's a pig, right?" And you like, "That's not a pig, but damn, that thing ugly, it kind of look like a pig, right?" And so y'all call it a pig, right? 100 years from now, everybody is going to be calling that thing that y'all saw a pig, right? So the definition of it is going to be pig, right? Right. But how would you know what an actual pig was, right? Because when you look up pig, you're going to see that thing that your child called pig because it looked like a pig. See, to know what the pig was, you would have to find the etymological definition of pig so you can know what an actual pig was before they went through the portal. You get what I'm saying? So the metaphorical explanation is, instead of a portal, we're talking about time frames, right? Because these words that were created for a reason, right? To define a word means to hide a word. Let me say that again. To define a word means to hide a word. And I know that might sound crazy to people, but again, we thinking on higher levels here. I got to show y'all how to think about this, right? So when something is fine, what does that mean? Like it's salt, sugar, right? That's fine. That means it's granulated. You can see everything. It's fine. If you define something, mean you take away the fineness of it, you clump it and make it so that you can't see what it is. So you hide what the word is, right? So here's an example of a word that's been lied to y'all about. Education, right? How many people think they know what education means, right? If I ask you what education means, you're going to say education means what? To learn, right? Right? Of course you are, because that's what it was taught, right? But let's go to this website. I'm going to show y'all real quick, and we about to get into the lecture. I just need y'all to know this so you can follow me when I'm going through the lecture. This website, Edam Online, this is one website you can use. I know y'all might be having trouble seeing it. See, Edam Online, this is an online etymology dictionary. Now, you can also just Google it too, but I want y'all to see education. Now, what does education mean? Education means training of animals. Who knew that? Training of animals. That's what education means, and this dates back to Latin. You're going to see everything dates back to Latin, which is ancient Rome, because in ancient Rome, they spoke Latin. And who runs the world right now? Ancient Rome, the Roman Catholic Church, for those who don't know, right? So everything that you see comes back from Rome. So you always want to know the etymological definition of a word to truly understand what it means, okay? So when you send your child to school for education, you're sending them to be trained, not to learn. It has nothing to do with learning. I'll take it even a step further before we go ahead and start this lecture, right? For those who want to know. How many people know what college is? What would you say college is? Let me show you. So college is what? An organized association of persons invested with a certain power, right? So what you want to know is this. College has nothing to do with learning. This is why you join frats. College has to do with separating and dividing up society into different groups so that they're not together. So when you go to college, that's just about dividing you. You think about how much the black families, and this all ties into this lecture, y'all. You got to understand, this is about this lecture. This is about building our people up. How many of us got family members that look down on other family members because they ain't go to college, right? And then how many people go to college who look down on other people who go to college because they didn't go to a university, right? And then how many people in the university look down on the other people in the college because they not in a fraternity or sorority? You feel what I'm saying? You see how you divide people? Divide and conquer. You got to read the books like first 48 laws of power. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to read certain books that will like show you the way they think. But we're not going to get into all of that. I just wanted to show y'all the importance of etymology. So when I bring up certain things, because we're going to be bringing up etymology throughout this lecture, I didn't want it to just come off like, why is he talking about that? All right. Let me see who I still got in here. I'm going to shout out everybody I see in here. What's up, Falana, Chanel? One love to you, Big Smith, Prokaryotic Mark, Wisdom 4, my brother Chulo Season. His name is actually Gerald. That's my brother, like blood brother. And his father named Gerald too. That ain't my dad, that's it. Alright, NDUR, I'm not sure who you are, but one love to you. Miss Sweet Me says she was a new follower in my live yesterday. One love, I appreciate you following up like you said. We got Seth the Empress, Obi-Wan the Alchemist, Nature's Son 999, Divine Duality, Chandra F9, and we got Boss Veggie. Boss Veggie, I appreciate you for staying in this live. I ain't think you would stay in here to keep it 100, not because I don't think you're interested, but just I know that sometimes you hop in and out, so you know, I didn't know if it would be something that would interest you. So let's go ahead and keep on moving, because honestly, we're going to break down a lot of things today. We're going to dispel veganism too, because a lot of people think veganism, how many people think veganism is healthy? Wrong. And at the end of this live, you're going to know that. You're going to know that. Not because I told you, but because it is. Because science don't go off of opinion. I don't care what you think, what I think, what nobody else think. This is science. So I'm going to break it down to you. Veganism is not healthy. And that's why they already co-opted the whole veganism thing. You going in there, oh, let me get this and say vegan. Like, we're going to break that down. All right? All right, part 1, anatomy. Let's get into it. First thing I want to do is pin this so that everybody can keep up with what part we on. Part 1, anatomy. All right? All right. There we go. Part 1, anatomy. All right? So listen. First thing that we need to do, right? Oh, let me tell y'all one other thing too. When I do my lectures, and this is for all of my school heads, right? Because I use Wikipedia. The reason I use Wikipedia is because there is no better way to teach you other than Wikipedia. I don't care what book you have. I don't care what you have. It is not going to allow you the resources that you have. For instance, if I had an anatomy book in front of me, because we're about to do anatomy, right? If I have an anatomy book in front of me, I can't tie that into laws that they just passed regarding that. I can't show you links to people who done things. I can't do that because I'm limited to the book. So I don't do that, right? But then what happens is in school, because what did I tell you? School is about what? Not teaching, but what? Training. So when you go to school, they tell you what? Stay away from Wikipedia. They always tell you don't use Wikipedia. Anybody who uses Wikipedia is crazy. So let me dispel that real quick before we get started, because it's going to be a lot of people, oh, he using Wikipedia, what he using Wikipedia? You listen, you just don't know how to use Wikipedia if you think that Wikipedia is wrong, okay? So when you're using Wikipedia, you want to understand that there's lots of links at the bottom that are references and sources. You always want to check these sources. There's also numbers after certain sentences that'll show you where it came from. All right, make sure that y'all check those, and I'm gonna go over those while we going through. If when we going through, y'all have any questions or concerns, or you like, where did that come from? I don't believe that. Address it. Don't let me keep talking if something comes up that you don't understand or agree with. Please don't do that to me, and don't do that to everybody else in here, because this is not about me talking at y'all. We together. I'm just doing it because I spent hours and hours and hours and hours and days and months studying this stuff. So I'm trying to give it, but this is not like me talking at you. This is all together. So please don't let me keep going if it's something that we, you know what I'm saying? All right. Now that said, let's get to it. Part 1, anatomy. Now, in order for us to go into anatomy, the first thing that I need to show y'all about, before anything, is the circulatory system. So this is the first thing we're going to cover. Let's get the circulatory system down so that we all know the circulatory system inside and out, right? When I say circulatory system, what am I talking about? Let's go, y'all. This is what we're talking about, okay? Circulatory system. This refers to the blood in the veins inside your body. Now, this alone is the reason why I can confidently tell you that there is no sickness that you can get. There is no disease that you can get that is not related to your blood. Point blank, period. There is no sickness you can get that is not related to your blood, because your blood is required for everything. Your blood is required for you to blink. Your blood is required for you to think. Everything. Now, you see in this graph, you have blue and red. You have arteries and veins. Now, the difference between arteries and veins is that veins are what flow into your heart, right? So these blue lines, and all of them touch your entire body, but veins go into your heart, arteries go out of your heart, okay? Keep that in mind. That's the difference, right? So when you looking at your arm, y'all see these veins? I got veins. Y'all see these veins? You probably can't see them because that bright light, but those veins go into your heart. That's why when they pump something in you, they pump it in your vein. Your artery is after it goes into your heart. It goes through some processes that y'all gonna find out if y'all keep watching this with me, and then it comes back out. All right. So that's what we need to know about that. This is just literally to show y'all that there is nothing you're gonna get. I don't care if you got fungus. Okay, that means your dorsal venous arc is clotted or something is happening down here. Everything is tied to your blood. Point blank. Period. All right. Now. Alright, so I'm glad that I just want y'all to see that. Alright, let me take a look at the comments, make sure everybody following, make sure that ain't nobody like, no, that's not true, because arteries don't do that. We need to make sure, because I'll go into arteries for you if you need, but I'm just showing y'all as we go too. Boss Veggie said abundance to everyone. I listen when I'm able to. You are definitely dropping gems. Yes sir, yes sir. One love to you, and I appreciate you for the gems that you drop as well. Everything okay up there? Yeah, I found it to the door. Oh my goodness. Get what delivery? I know nothing of a delivery. I apologize. I'm just doing the live. I don't know. It's a delivery. Did you get it if you being smart? Goddess, I'm not being smart. I got people in front of me I'm talking to. Like I'm not being smart. Alright. So look. My apologies, y'all. There was apparently a delivery that came and they was thinking that I got it or something. Alright. So let's keep on moving, right? Non-ether, you gonna listen, we gonna heal you today, okay? You gonna be good today, alright? So look. With the circulatory system, right? There's a couple things that I want to show y'all. All right. First thing that you want to know is, all right, because obviously we know. I love you, Goddess, and my apologies. All right. All right. So first thing we know is that the blood flows through your body. Now, what I want to show y'all, right, is let's go to, and I'm gonna show y'all the steps that I'm taking so you can see. If y'all want to follow along, you can feel free to do so. I'm gonna type in heart, right, and this is just to get me somewhere that I want to go to, right, because I want to show y'all something called pacemaker cells, okay? Now, have y'all ever heard of a pacemaker? How many people ever heard of a pacemaker? Right? A pacemaker is it's an inorganic or an unnatural version of what your pacemaker cells are, right? Because you have these things called pacemaker cells. Let's just go into it. Listen. The contraction of cardiac muscles in all animals is initiated by electrical impulses known as action potentials that in the heart are known as cardiac action potentials, alright? Rhythmic impulses. Now, we don't need to go no deep into that. I just want y'all to see. I want y'all to know that inside of your heart, you have something called pacemaker cells, right? And these pacemaker cells react to electricity. We're going to go into that because these are neurons, which I got to get y'all to. But I'm just showing you again. Bear with me and pace with me, alright? I'm showing y'all. Alright, ain't nobody complaining, so I don't know why I keep on, you know what I'm saying? I'm used to people running, man, because they like, oh, I gotta go watch Love and Hip Hop, this is crazy. Alright, so listen, your heart has pacemaker cells. This is why, and those pacemaker cells run off electric impulses. This is why when somebody dies and they do the beep, boom, boom, and they're shocking them, they're sending electricity, what is known as synapses, right? This takes place in neurons, and we're about to, in something called your neural circuit. We're about to go over this. They send electricity to your heart, and it pumps to you, right? And then it creates this rhythm, right? It's called the arrhythmic. It's called the arrhythmic flow or the cardiac action potential. Well, the action potential is referring to what the ability of your heart is to change what that pace is. We don't got to get into that. Just know that we have pacemaker cells and pacemaker potential. Okay, so let's go ahead and move forward. That's all you need to know about that. Now, let's get into something very important that we need to know about when it comes to your anatomy, and that is blood. See, and one of the problems, let me say this real quick to y'all. One of the problems with our people is that we think we know everything, okay? And this is just a quick sidebar. Because if I was to ask you what's blood, everybody gonna tell me, I know what blood is. Shit, I already know what blood. You cut yourself, you bleed. That's blood. You know what I'm saying? But we have to think deeper than that, right? because we have cars and we know what the transmission fluid is, we know what the oil fluid is, we know how to change it, we know about tire pressure, but we don't know about our bodies. So we have to know these vehicles. Let's keep going. So let's break down what blood is, what it's composed of. All right, we're gonna go over all of that. All right, so what is blood? Blood is a body fluid in the circulatory system of humans and other vertebrates that delivers necessary substances such as nutrients and oxygen to the cells, and transports metabolic waste products away from those same cells. Blood in the circulatory system is also known as peripheral blood. All right, so we know what blood is. Now what we're gonna let me take a look. I'm gonna make sure I check back. I'm drinking cucumber juice with a little green apple juice in my spring water. Yeah, that's all. Listen, cucumber is full of hydrogen, meaning it's a lot of water. If you look up the benefits of cucumber, it's a lot of water, which is gonna do what to your blood cells? See, you already thinking, but let's keep it moving. So, blood is a bodily fluid that circulates throughout the body. Now, let's figure out what blood is composed of, right? What is blood composed of? Okay? Blood is composed of blood cells, right? So, what are blood cells? For all of my people who think they know everything, all right? Let's stop trying to get me to donate, all right? Maybe later. All right, I do really love Hold on, y'all. Let me let Wikipedia know, because I really love Wikipedia. Honestly, to be honest with you, that's probably one of the best sources ever that you could imagine. Wikipedia. If people was on Wikipedia, they'd know everything in like a day. Yeah, blood plasma is only 55% of blood cells. But you jumping ahead. I'm glad you know though. We're on the planetarian. All right, let's get into it, right? All right, so let's see. A blood cell, also called a hemotopoietic cell, hemocyte. And cyte means cell. Like anytime that you see cyte, they talking about cell. Hemo means blood, so blood cell. Alright, or hematocyte, right? Is a cell produced through hematopoiesis, right? Which is it's a process where you produce blood. We're gonna go over that. And found mainly in the blood, right? Major types of blood cells include. Now we're gonna go over the types of blood cells, which are what? Red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets, right? Let's go over what each one of these do. So far we know that blood is a fluid that circulates through your anatomy. It's composed of blood cells, and there's 3 different types of blood cells. First one is red blood cells. What do red blood cells do? I'm gonna tell y'all it carries oxygen, but let's see. Red blood cells, also referred to as red cells, right? Let's go down to it. My apologies, y'all. Hold on. It's the most common type of blood cell, and the vertebrate's principal means of delivering oxygen, right? So they're basically telling you red blood cells are the principal means of delivering oxygen to the body, right? So anytime you have issues with oxygen being delivered, this is a red blood cell count issue, okay? This is the first thing you want to know. Let's go back, all right? Let's go back. All right, now let's go into white blood cells. What do those do? This is pus, by the way, for y'all don't know. But let's keep going. White blood cells, right, are the cells of the immune system that are involved in protecting the body against the both infectious disease and foreign invaders. All white blood cells are produced and derived from multipotent cells in the bone marrow. See, a lot of people don't know that your bones are actually a part of your blood. And a lot of your blood is produced by bone marrow. This is why they take bone marrow when they're doing certain things like, cloning and things like that. But we're not going to get into that. But bone marrow, if anybody's seen the 100... Anybody seen the 100 when the mountain men was underground and they was under there trying to synthesize the blood so that they could take the radiation up there? Y'all, it's crazy how much these TV shows is telling y'all, but the bone marrow is what they need to do that. Let's keep going because I don't want to lose nobody. Let's just focus. All right, bone marrow, known as stem cells. All right, so let's leave it at that. Just know that the white blood cells, these are basically like pus, or pus is dead white blood cells. These show up to protect you against foreign invaders. Okay, that's what those are. Let's go back and let's do platelets. Okay, platelets are for clotting, but let's see what they say. All right, platelets are a component of blood whose function is to react to bleeding from blood vessel injury by clumping, thereby initiating a blood clot, right? And remember when I told y'all that you can have references as you going through? See that number 1 right there? You would press on that. See how we pressed on that? Let's press on it. I want to show y'all real quick for all of my apologies. Y'all clicked on the wrong thing. For all of my people out there. See how it popped up? Now this came from something from somebody named Lucky K, Our Ancient Heritage and Blood Clothing. This is in the New York Academy of Sciences. So if you got a problem with what I'm reading, all of my people who like, oh no, that's Wikipedia, then you need to go take that up with the New York Academy of Sciences, and you need to tell them that they lying, okay? So don't talk to me about Wikipedia, because Wikipedia is not a source. Wikipedia is a combination of sources. It's a compilation of information, okay? That's just for my people, because I always get some people, oh, he's using Wikipedia. You're ignorant to what Wikipedia is if you're saying that. All right, let's keep on going. We won't get sidetracked. All right, so what do we know so far, right? So far that we know that blood is composed of blood cells. We know that blood cells have 3 different types. That's red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets, right? We know red blood cells carry oxygen throughout the body in the blood vessels, right? We know white blood cells basically show up to protect you against foreign invaders, any kind of infectious diseases and things of that nature, right? Which is why you get pus whenever you have an infection, right? Those are dead white blood cells that done their job and they ready to leave, okay? This white blood cells, and then lastly you got platelets, which are responsible for like hemoglobin, or they're responsible for like clotting up your blood. So whenever, if somebody cuts you, the reason you don't bleed out is because of platelets, okay? So if somebody has a problem with bleeding out, those are platelets. That's platelet damage, okay? And you will want to study platelets and what they are. All right, now let me show y'all this. All right, so we can get into blood plasma, because you need to know what blood plasma is. All right, now together these 3 kinds of blood cells add up. See, we stopped here. Remember, we stopped here when we went into those, and this is why I say you want to use Wikipedia. See how we just did all of that, and all we did was go to the first paragraph on the blood cell, and we done covered all of that. All right, but anyway, together these 3 kinds of blood cells add up to a total 45% of the blood tissue by volume, with the remaining 55% of the volume composed of plasma, right? So what that means is that your blood is made up of 55% plasma and 45% blood cells, right? So when you go to, y'all know those places, CSL plasma and stuff that be taking blood plasma, they taking 55% of your cell growth, right? Let's see what blood plasma is though. Let's see what blood plasma is, alright? So blood plasma is a light amber colored liquid, right? Component of blood in which blood cells are absent but contains proteins. This is important because we're going to go over this later. I want my meat eaters pay attention, because my meat eaters like to use this as their excuse to put those dead cells in your body. Protein, we're going to break down what protein is. Everybody going to know what protein is, and that is bullshit. But everybody going to know what protein is before this live is over, if you don't run because you don't want to know, okay? But contains proteins and other constituents of whole blood in suspension, right? It makes up about 55% of the body's total blood volume, okay? Now, hold on, let me see if they tell y'all how much water in there, because I really want you to see how much water's in there. Hold on. Somewhere it should say about how much water's in there. Hold up. Oh, look. Okay, let's keep going. See, I cut off too fast. Okay. It is the intravascular part of extracellular fluid. It is mostly water, up to 95% by volume. That's important. You want to know that. So what you know is blood plasma is 95% water. Y'all hear me? Blood plasma is 95% water. For all my people, I don't drink water. I don't want to drink water. That ain't important. Blood plasma is 95% water. Now, so let's go back. What do we know? Okay? We know that your blood is composed of 3 types of blood cells: red, white, and platelets. We know what they do. Red is oxygen. White is pus or infectious diseases fighting. Platelets is for clotting, right? And I'm going over this again so that y'all can commit it to memory too, because I know how important it is to remember for the psyche, right? So we know that. Then we know that those cells are composed of 45% of your blood, right? So those 3 cells we just mentioned, red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets, which do what, class? Which do what, people? Red blood cells carry oxygen. White blood cells fight against diseases and infections and things like that. Pus, right? And then we got platelets, which is for what? Clotting, right? That makes up 45% of your blood. The other 55% is made up of blood plasma, right? This is why they tell you that you are made up of water. We are water beings. You have to understand that, because your blood is 55% plasma, and plasma is 95% water. Now, mind you, the red blood cells have water as well. I don't know if they're going to tell you on here how much water they have in blood cells. Let me see something. Bear with me for a second, y'all. I should have checked this before, but let me see if they don't bring up, listen, they don't bring up how much They do, I'm sure, but I don't know where it is right now. We ain't gotta worry about that because that's not important. We trying to learn how to heal ourselves and not ever be sick, and we don't really need to know that much into it. All right. So to recap, so far we know what blood is, what blood cells are, what blood plasma is. Right. What I want to go into next with y'all. Next, I wanna discuss blood types. Right. For those of y'all who don't know what a blood type is, let's go back. Somebody got a question. Bear with me. Let me put that down. What is their purpose of urine samples? What is their purpose of urine samples? Is it the plasma, or are they checking for illness? Well, what's the intent of the urine sample? Are you talking about like when doctors take samples of your urine? See, your urine, that's a whole nother lecture, guys. That's a whole nother lecture. Urine is composed of a lot of different toxins due to metabolic processes, and that's what they looking for. We're gonna get there. See, you jumping ahead. We're gonna get there. Hold up. Alright, one love to you. I appreciate you. Red blood cells carry oxygen. White blood cells fight disease, and platelets cause blood clots. There we go. Big Beezy got it. There we go. Let's move forward, alright, so blood types, right? I want to go over blood types so that y'all can know what it is, because I never really knew what blood types was. I always, he said, like they take blood or urine. Yeah. Let's keep on going. So, I never knew what blood types was. I always heard it and I always wanted to know what they was. But what y'all need to know is that blood types are diseases. I'm gonna say that again. Blood types are diseases. Okay? Blood types are called pathogens. Pathogens are germs. And we're about to learn that right now. Okay? So the reason that we have this, for those who don't know, is because a couple hundred years ago, there was a group of people called Spanish conquistadors. The Spanish conquistadors traveled, right? These were Germans. These were, these were all of your Russians. These were all of them, right? They came over and they raped and murdered all of us, right? This is why they were called germs, right? This is where germs come from, right? Because we never knew anything about germs. So what happened was, once they started raping our women and they started assimilating themselves with us, we started to take on some of their blood types, which led to these diseases. So let me show y'all. Now, blood types. Let's go into it, right? A blood type, also known as a blood group, is a classification of blood based on the presence and absence of antibodies and inherited antigenic substances, right? Antigens. Antigens are pathogens. They're basic. Antigens are pathogens that come from inheritance, right? But you can only inherit this. Let's not go into it. Look, just know that they're inherited antigens. And you want to look at that word, antigene, right? That means it attaches itself to your genes. Yeah, I'm saving a lot, Big Beezy. One love to you, family. That means they attach themselves to your genes and they go against it, right? Antigenes, right? Alright, so antigenic substances on the surface of red blood cells, they attach themselves to red blood cells. These antigens may be proteins. All my meat lovers. These antigens may be proteins, carbohydrates, glycoproteins, or glycolipids, depending on the blood group system. Some of these antigens are also present on the surface of other types of cells, right? So look. Basically, when you have a blood type, right? So look. Alright. This is A, right? This is B, this is AB, and this is O, right? So blood types are inherited and represent contributions from both parents of an individual. Listen, we don't need to go into all of this. There's one more too called RH. This comes from a monkey. I ain't gonna go into too much detail because we'll start touching some stuff I don't necessarily want to touch in this live, alright? But I'm just gonna say, just know that the reason that your blood type is important, and the reason that they check your blood type is so that they can tell what things you're gonna be weak to. Because these antigens are going to prevent your body from producing certain things. There's many processes that your blood cells go through in order to ensure that you can stay, free of sickness and disease. And these antigens are going to prevent that from happening. We're about to go into that. Shout out to everybody who in the live. Y'all have to give yourself a pat on the back and understand this is not easy information to ingest. A lot of people cannot sit here for longer than 5 seconds and talk about their body. You know what I'm saying? They want to watch twerking videos and shit, alright? So here's 3 things I want to let y'all know. We are immortal. I'm going to say that again. We are immortal. One more time. We are immortal. There is no way for the body to die. Now see, when you're not a scientist, that sound crazy. You know how many people probably looking at me, he said we're immortal, you don't know what you're talking about. Okay, so let's talk science. Okay? Let's talk science, since people want to say I'm crazy. Okay? So there's 2 processes you want to know about when you're talking about blood, right? One of them is called, let me show y'all. One of them is called cell proliferation, okay? And look at that, pro-life, right? that means you don't die. Pro-life, right? But let's keep on going. Cell proliferation, right? Cell proliferation is the process by which a cell grows and divides to produce two daughter cells. And they have several references here for all of my people. Is that real? How do we know that's real? If you think it's not real, you take that up with the Journal of Biology. You can call Edgar Bruce, right, who is apparently somebody who studies, and you can tell him that he lying about this, okay? Or let's see, it's more of them. Or you can call, you know what I'm saying, Newfield Thomas, who is in the Department of Cell Division or whatever he is doing, you know what I'm saying? I check these every now and again. But anyway, and here's a picture of what happens during cell proliferation, okay? Your cell divides and it grows in order to make sure that all of the cells stay the same. This is where cancer comes from. See, what cancer does, and we're going to get into that, but what cancer does is mess up this process, right? This is what HIV did. AIDS is what you call a provirus. And a provirus is basically a bacteria or a germ that has DNA, meaning it can carry genetic instructions. So what it does is get into your cells and say, hey, instead of dividing up, you should just kill them. And then it tells your cells to do that. Or it tells them to grow at an exponential rate, which is how you get what? Tumors, right? This is where tumors come from. This is where cancerous body parts come from. The cells growing out of order, all right? That's all that is. That's all that is, all right? So this is cell proliferation, okay? Now what you want to know also is that there's another process called PCD, okay? Which is short for programmed. Let's get to it. Hold on, y'all. My apologies, y'all. I'm trying to type too fast. And I'm on this daggone tablet. Programmed cell death, okay? PCD. Y'all want to know about this? Now, I'm showing y'all how we're immortal, okay? And this is not to be questioned. This is science. Programmed cell death is the death of a cell as a result of events inside of a cell, such as apoptosis and autophagy. Now, I'm not going to go into what those are. These are just processes where your body finds a better way to do stuff. Just say it like that, okay? So if your body has cells that do something, it finds a better way to do it. So it programs the old cells to die so it can do cell proliferation and program the new ones, right? And this works together. I'm going to show you how we're immortal. PCD is carried out in a biological process which usually confers advantage during an organism's life cycle, okay? What this means, because that might lose people. Programmed cell death is carried out in a biological process which usually confers advantage. What they mean by that is your body is not going to tell cells to die if it don't already have cells to replace it, okay? So what that means is the only way your cells can die is through this process. And this naturally. The only way you can naturally die is through this process. And this process works in tandem with cell proliferation, which I'm going to show you in a second. I got to see where they show that at. Hold on. Bear with me, y'all. Bear with me. Let's go back, because I think, hold on. I want to see where they said it. They said it somewhere. Hold on. Bear with me, y'all. Let's read through it, because I know what's in here, alright? Alright, it's in here. Hold on. Alright, cell proliferation typically involves balanced cell growth and cell division rates that maintain a roughly constant cell size and exponential proliferating. So what they're telling you basically is that when cell proliferation takes place, it's done for the process of regeneration of tissues to make sure that you don't die, okay? And it produces more cells. There's something, there's somewhere in here that they should show you. They're not going to talk about it here, but these two work together. They work in tandem with each other. Cell proliferation works in tandem. This is where you can go research yourself if you don't believe me, because I know this. I'm just trying to figure out how to show you on Wikipedia, but there's a way, hold on, that they work together. And I just wanted to show y'all. We're going to move on if I don't find it in the next 10 seconds. All right, hold on. And look, see, they tell you this is what cancer is. See, they tell you uncontrolled cell proliferation leading to an increased proliferation rate or failure of cells to arrest their proliferation at the normal time is a cause of what? Cancer, right? As I told you, right? But, all right, so let's keep on going. All right. So what do we know about the blood? we know that blood has two functions. One is cell proliferation, where it creates daughter cells to make sure that you never die and it regenerates your tissue. And then it has programmed cell death, which is the process by which it gets rid of the previous cells that were doing the function of the cell that it's giving pro-life to, okay? Alright? So let's go ahead and move forward. I just wanted to show y'all that. I want to make sure. All right, let's move forward, right? So next thing I want to show y'all, we're still talking about blood, okay? Because we're talking about the anatomy. For those who don't know, we're still on part 1 anatomy, and we breaking this into sections, right? The first section was circulatory system. That's what I should have told y'all. So we're in part 1, section 1. Part 1 is anatomy, section 1 is circulatory system. So I'm still showing y'all the circulatory system, how that works, okay? So we're talking about the cells. Now there's specific cells I want y'all to know about. And these cells are called, some of y'all may already know, these are called neurons, okay? How many people know what neurons are? Anybody know what neurons were? Just hit the like if you did. If I see the hearts, I know people knew, alright? So let's go over this, right? A neuron, also referred to as a nerve cell, is an electrically excitable cell, right? What does that mean? For those who don't know that we are electrical beings, what did Dr. Sebi tell you, right? Cell excitability is the change in membrane potential that is necessary for cellular response in various tissues. Cell excitability is a property that is induced during early embryogenesis. We ain't gonna go into all of that, okay? We ain't gonna go into all of that. What I just want you to know, let's go back, because I don't want to go too far. What I want you to know is that when they say electrically excitable, they're talking about electrolytes. They're talking about high alkaline electrical foods. This is why you're supposed to eat electrical foods. This is how you can be dumbed down, because these neurons are responsible for your thinking and for your response, right? So if somebody's eating a bunch of food that's acidic, say like cheese, meat, all of these things, dairy, your neurons are covered with acid. So what happens is when it's, let's go through, I'm jumping ahead of myself. All right, look, an electrically excitable cell that communicates with other cells via specialized connections called synapses, right? What are synapses? Just so y'all can know, synapses in the nervous system is a structure that permits a neuron to pass an electrical or chemical signal to another neuron, right? Now this is why they say your brain is more complex than a computer, because there's millions of synapses that go off just for you to do something like this. Just for you to snap your finger, there's millions of synapses that take place in your brain to tell your fingers to snap, to feel the snap, how loud it's going to be, tell your ears to hear what it's going to hear. Everything that's taking place, tell your eyes to see it. There's millions of synapses that take place, even more than a supercomputer, right? So that's what a synapsis is, okay? Let's go back. Just want to make sure that y'all know that, okay? This is all important, because how you going to heal yourself if you don't know how your body works? Again, for all of those people that's like, man, just shut up and tell me how to heal yourself. You can't do that. You can do anything, but you should not do it like that, because somebody can take advantage of you like that. Again, when you don't know how your body works, these doctors can tell you anything and you just gonna listen because you believe them and you trust them, which is silly, because at the end of the day, it's a conflict of interest for them to heal you. They have a family to feed. You know what I'm saying? They got a nice car and a nice house they want to keep. You think they care about you? They care about you coming back so they can get money. Let's keep moving. The neuron is the main component of nervous tissue in all animals. Let's keep going, because there's 3 types of neurons I want to go over with y'all, right? So what are the 3 types of neurons, right? Sensory neurons, right, which respond to stimuli. So that's like if somebody pinch you, right? That's called a sensory neuron, right? Motor neurons, which receive signals from the brain and spinal cord, right? So this is why when somebody, when somebody get hit in their spine a certain way, get shot in their spine like that guy, what was his name that they shot like 9 times, shot 7 times in his back and his spine when he was driving, like they do all of us, and he can't use his body no more because his motor neurons are messed up, right? This is also going to be what Parkinson's disease plays into. This is what happened to Muhammad Ali, okay? But let's keep on going, all right? Motor receive signals from the brain and spinal cord, right? And then you have, lastly, interneurons, which connect neurons to other neurons with the same region of the brain and spinal cord, right? So you have sensory neurons, which respond to stimuli. You have motor neurons, which respond to signals from the brain and spinal cord. And then you have interneurons, right? Which are basically linking these together, okay? These interneurons, all right? Now, I want y'all to know what a neural circuit is as well, okay? When multiple, and I'm going to show y'all an example of one, which is a hippocampus. When multiple neurons are connected together, they form what is called a neural circuit, okay? It's basically like a motherboard. You know what I'm saying? If y'all ever seen a motherboard, like if you take an Xbox apart or a PlayStation apart and you see it all together like that, that's called a neural circuit. You have that in your brain. This is what you gotta understand. So we too smart to be letting somebody just tell us fucking anything. We gotta stop being dumb. You know what I'm saying? We gotta stop. And dumb don't even mean intelligent. For all of my people, dumb actually has nothing to do with intelligence. Dumb means to be silent or quiet. And that's how you know we really don't know what words mean. We just go off what somebody say. Because when you call somebody dumb, you are not calling them not intelligent. But you don't know that, right? Because we being ignorant. Because we don't look stuff up. But let's keep going. A neural circuit is a population of neurons interconnected by synapses to carry out a specific function when activated, right? And let's see what the reference is for this. Who said this? This was by, this is a neuroscience book. When it says ISBN, that means International Serial Book Number, right? So this is the book. And for all of my people who, well, I don't want to look at Wikipedia. I want a book. Okay, go get this book and then read this, okay, so you can feel better. But we gonna learn now, all right? So let's keep going. Shit, somebody at the door, y'all. Somebody at the door. Somebody at the door. You see how the Matrix work? Bear with me for a second. I hope I don't lose people, man. Alright, y'all. Look at that. Look at that. I actually gained the person. Alright, that's good. Alright, so let's keep going. Let's pick right back up. Alright. We still on the anatomy, okay? Now, neural circuits interconnect to one another to form large-scale brain networks. Now, what these are, right? Pay attention to what this is, okay? This is called an axon. Now, and these are called dendrites, okay? It's a lot more that we could do because there's something called a mitochondrion, which basically like stores. This is how you have muscle memory. We're not gonna get into all of this because I don't wanna get into all of that. I just want y'all to understand the way neurons work. So your neurons have something called axons, right? These connect to other neurons. The dendrites receive from other neurons. So remember how we were saying you have interconnecting neurons that send signals? So for instance, when you pinch, if I pinch myself, right? This pinch has to make it to my brain to tell me that, right? The neurons that are next to each other, all of the trillions of cells you have in your body, they send a message through axons to the next neuron. So they say, hey, yo, go tell the brain that he got pinched. And then the one that's next to him say, tell him what? Now the one that's saying, tell him what? That's a dendrite. You get what I'm saying? I'm trying to put this metaphorically for you so you can understand. That's a dendrite. What you say? And then the axon is, tell him that he got pinched. Alright, I got you. Okay, now let's go back. Alright? Hold on, y'all. My apologies. Alright, so we get it now? Axon, dendrite. Alright, I could have read all of that and went into it, but I just figured I'll just sum it up with that, okay? Now, when you have a neural circuit, you basically have trillions of these all in one spot, right? And let me give you an example of one, okay? For my people who may study the brain or anatomy, or may be interested in it. You have something called a hippocampus, right? We're going to go through this real quick, all right? Now, a neural circuit, which as I just told you is a group of neurons which are sending electrical signals through axon and dendrite. Listen. Let's first off, listen. Remember I told y'all you have some people who know a lot and they want you to know a lot, and then you have some people who know a lot and they just want you to know that they know everything. I'm not somebody who wants you to know that I know everything. I don't care what I know if you don't know too. So we gotta recap. Y'all understand what neurons are? Neurons, just like or comment or something for me. Let me know y'all understand. Neurons are electrically excitable cells, right? Because we going somewhere with this. I'm showing y'all how to make yourself never sick. Like, you gotta understand this. You know what I'm saying? If you want to know what your car do, why you don't want to know what this car do? You know what I'm saying? So you have neurons. They have they are electrically excitable cells that work through electricity. They talk to each other to talk to your brain, okay? And they have axons and they have dendrites. This is how they communicate with each other, right? Sometimes you have a big circuit board that looks exactly like a computer or a video game that you take open, and that circuit board is what your brain looks like. As a matter of fact, they actually modeled that after your brain. And I could tell you how they did that because a black person actually created computers and the internet. And then they created a whole board to disregard him. And he's over in Africa. I think he's in Nigeria who created it. We ain't gonna go into all of that though. That's a whole nother lecture. But right now, I just want to make sure y'all following, alright? Neurons are like transmitters. Exactly. They are exactly transmitters. That's what they do. You're just like a motherboard. Let's keep on going before I lose anybody, because I know it's hard for people to keep up with this. It's hard for some people to stay in here too long if I get sidetracked. Alright, so listen. The hippocampus, right? Because this is just a side note, y'all. And remember I told y'all etymology is important, right? Because everything is gonna date back to ancient Rome or ancient Greece, right? Because Latin is what? A Romance language. This is why you gotta understand there's no such thing as a Latino, by the way, alright? For those who don't know, there's no such thing as a Latino. Latin is a language. That doesn't make any sense, okay? They spoke Latin in ancient Rome, which is why Latin is a Romance language, okay? It's a Roman language. And when they came over pillaging during the conquistadors, they killed everybody and they named the remaining people Latinos. Latinos don't even know that. The same way our people think they African Americans. They have no idea who they are. But this is why we doing this, okay? We're all sick. And somebody got to stand up and stop just looking at it pretending like they don't care. Because I'm not that guy. I never been that guy to look at, you know what I'm saying? Look, let's keep on going. Because I got a bunch of lectures that I'll do after this if y'all want to, learn more. All right, look. It's a major component of the brain of humans, right? Humans and other mammals have 2 hippocampi, right? Each side, right? Let me see if they show a picture. Boom, they show a picture, okay? So this is the hippocampus. See if we can make it bigger. This is the hippocampus. This is a neural circuit. Because, well, first of all, I gotta, show y'all what a neural... okay, hold on. My apologies, y'all. I gotta show you what the hippocampus does, right? Alright, it plays important roles in consolidation of information and short-term memory and long-term memory and spatial memory, right? So when you get people that got dementia, right? When you got older people that get, dementia and they lose their memory. What's up, Creative Force? One love to you, family. Sending positive vibes. I appreciate you for coming into the live, and I appreciate the fact that, you're willing to learn this information. I know a lot of people feel like they got better things to do than learn about their body, and that's fine. They will be in the hospital. But anyway, let's keep on going. So just know that the hippocampus is an example of one. We don't have to go into this because this was literally a sidebar. I didn't even want to go on this, but I just want to show y'all. See, dementia, Alzheimer's disease. This is because short-term memory loss. These things are all due to issues with the neural circuit, right? And the neural circuit is composed of what? Blood cells. Which blood cells? Neurons, right? So if you were trying to treat any of these things in the cerebrum, right, you would have to attack it through neurons, right? And you would have to know how to treat those. We're not going to get into that completely right now. You good? Oh, thank goodness. All right. That's good for you. All right, y'all. All right. So look. We're going to go back and sum all of this back up. We're going to go back and sum all of this back up once we're done. We're not done section 1 yet, okay? Section 1 was the circulatory system. We're not quite done yet. There's one last thing that I want to do, and this is going to be DNA, okay? Now, I'm going to try to make this as quickly as possible because I actually did a whole lecture on DNA and RNA, which was about 2 hours long. So DNA is very deep, but I'm going to try to sum it up as best as I can because those blood cells that we went over, like blood, those all contain DNA. That's all your DNA. Because see, before I was a scientist and I understood so much that I know about the body, I thought DNA was located somewhere in your body, like this is my DNA over here or something. Your DNA is all throughout your blood. It is your blood. You know what I'm saying? So somebody can cut you and take your blood, and that's your DNA. Your DNA is everywhere, alright? But I just want y'all to understand what DNA is because it's going to tie into these sicknesses. It's going to tie. He said, I'm enjoying this lecture. That's one love. I appreciate you, family, for enjoying the lecture. I appreciate the fact that you're in here. Y'all really don't have no idea how much it really warms me to know that people want to know this. You know what I'm saying? Because when I learned, I was so irritated by the fact that this wasn't taught to me that now I get upset when I watch my people sick. And I'm like, we so ignorant. And then I realized now I see why they don't give a shit. Cause once we finish this lecture today, ain't nothing that I'm telling y'all new to them. They know this. All of this stuff that I'm telling you, the people who making your foods, the people who making these products we gonna go over that y'all all probably using us killing you, they know this. So you gonna think to yourself hold up, they know this, why they doing this? And it'll really help you understand what's really taking place. You know what I'm saying? They know this stuff. It's just about whether you know it, alright? So again, I'm gonna sum up DNA as quickly as I can, and I ask again that anybody who has any questions or concerns, need me go over anything, or just hey, what did you say there? Please stop me, okay? Because there's no reason that right now, through this lecture, y'all can't tell me what blood is made up out of, what blood is made out of, right? Everybody in this lecture should be able to tell me what blood is made out of. What the functionality of the blood cells are. We know this already. And if not, why you let me pass it? That's my question. Why you let me go past it if you ain't know? You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not in here to talk at you. I'm not one of those people who like, look, I know stuff. I'm smart. No, I need you to know so that I don't have to say it. And then you can tell your peoples and y'all can reshare it and stuff. We got to spread this, bro. This ain't about me knowing. Let's keep on going because we're going to re-sum up. After I'm done this quick DNA, RNA overview, we're going to re-sum up what we learned in section 1 and then we're going to move on to section 2. Alright? In section 2, I ain't going to go into what it is yet. Y'all see? Alright? So look. Let's go into what DNA is, okay? And for anybody who want to know in depth a little bit more, go watch my DNA lecture. It's on my page. All you got to do is go to highlights and go to lectures and go to DNA, all right? Now, DNA, for those who don't know, stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, okay? The more you study science, the more you'll be able to look at this and break this down, okay? D means to remove, to take away. Oxy is referring to oxygen. They're just referring to oxygen molecules, okay? And ribo is referring to ribose, which is a type of sugar. Let me show you real quick down here because I think they got a place where I can just show y'all because I never knew what that was, okay? Hold up. All right, they're not showing it right now. We're going to get to it. Don't worry about it. So, and nucleic is referring to the nucleus in the cells, okay? So, deoxyribonucleic acid, right? What they're saying is these are cells that have oxygen removed from the sugar nucleus. That's what that says, okay? And we're gonna break it down, all right? Well, I ain't gonna break it down in this one, but you gotta break it down in the other one. But look. Just gotta know the basics, all right? DNA is a polymer, right? And a polymer is a group. Okay, so look. See, this is why this is tough. You gotta really know these things. Poly means many, okay? Mer just means one link in a chain. So they talking about many links, okay? Anytime you have something called a polymer, it's just a bunch of molecules chained together. This is where you get polymerization from. This is how they make your fake foods, which y'all gonna all know about if you stay in this live. I'm not talking at y'all. Everything that I'm telling you, you gonna be able to know and explain by the end of this live. You just gotta stick with me, that's all. I know it's probably like, bro, come on, but I need y'all to comment if I'm going too fast or I'm doing, I need y'all to participate. You know what I'm saying? Don't be just sitting in here acting like I'm just talking at you. I'm not doing this for my health, bro. Like, I want y'all to know this stuff. If we end this live and y'all don't know what the blood cells are, I just wasted 3 hours of my time, bro. Don't do that to me. A polymer is a substance or material consisting of very large molecules called macromolecules, right? And this is what protein is, but let's keep going. Macromolecules composed of many repeating subunits. Remember, as we told you, okay? And let's check the resource for all of those people. That's Wikipedia. That's not true. Okay, let's see who said it then, so you can go tell them. This is Britannica. So you can go to Britannica. Now, Britannica is actually a pretty well-known source, as well as Healthline. So anybody who's saying Britannica is, you know what I'm saying, you might want to go ahead and research Britannica and know that scientists actually contribute information to Britannica. Let's keep going though. Alright. Now, due to their, bear with me. Due to their broad spectrum of properties, both synthetic and natural polymers play essential and ubiquitous roles in everyday life. Now, what did I just tell you? Oh shit. Come on, y'all. Hold up. Go back. Alright, now what did I just tell y'all? Didn't I tell y'all that this is how they make fake foods? See how they just told you both synthetic and natural. Now when they say synthetic polymers, they're talking about, he said you're talking hella fast, but keep going. My apologies. I just talk fast naturally. I apologize, family. They're talking about fake. Anytime you see synthetic, that means fake. Because synth is referring to a process called synthesis. Anytime they're synthesizing something, it means they are taking things and binding them together, which is unnatural. That does not happen naturally in nature. You're not going to find anything synthesized in nature, okay? In nature, you have what you call metabolic processes, which are biological. Synthetics are not biological. Bio in the science field means life, right? You see, look how this shit come up as soon as I'm talking about it. Natural biopolymers. Now, biopolymers are natural because this means life. Bio means it was created from a life, such as DNA. Now, DNA is called a biopolymer, alright? Now, let's go back. Now, when they said here that DNA is a polymer, they didn't say biopolymer, which is what they should have said, alright? But the reason they probably did that is because not all things that they create have life, because they create inorganic things as well, which is where you get eugenics and human cloning and everything around you that's fake. And once you know the science behind this, you'll know that it is, and you'll stop saying that's a conspiracy theory because you sound silly saying that. Like, you just sound like somebody who don't know anything about life. But look, it's a polymer composed of two polynucleotide chains that coil around each other to form a double helix, right? They're talking about this. Look, I could be all day talking about this. Let me just sum it up for y'all, okay? Look, these are a double helical structure. This, the backbone of this is ribose, okay? The backbone of this is ribose. You see each one of these chains? These represent each one of these. So in your DNA, you have hydrogen, we have oxygen. Remember I told y'all we used to breathe hydrogen until they changed the air to oxygen? And that's a whole process called the oxidation event that they don't know how took place, so they say, right? But we ain't gonna go into that. This ain't about that. Hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, carbon, right? Which is what we're made out of. Carbon, not melanin. And I could do a whole nother lecture explaining that to you. I actually did a melanin lecture explaining scientifically why it doesn't make sense that we have melanin. But people don't want to listen because they already, the TV done told them we had melanin. BET done told them, their favorite celebrity done told them, so they don't want to hear nothing. You know what I'm saying? Dr. Sebi even exposed that we don't have melanin. But let's keep it going. We're going to keep going past that. Phosphorus, right? All right, so this is what your DNA links are made out of. All right, let's go back. All right, now, the reason that you want to know this, right, is because there's see right here, deoxyribose. Now remember I was telling y'all ribose is sugar, right? Right? I want to see if they show you what ribose is itself. I'm gonna type it in just because I don't want to lose nobody. I want y'all to see what ribose is, because I never had heard of ribose before I studied science. So, alright. Ribose is a simple sugar, right? Ribose is a simple sugar. Y'all remember? Look, see how this shit all come together? Now, who remember in the beginning of this lecture when I said an apple a day keeps the doctor away, right? What did I tell you the molecular structure of an apple was? Carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, right? This is what your DNA is made out of. This is why an apple a day keeps the doctor away. You understand? And that was said by a scientist, not a doctor, because a doctor has no benefit to healing you. There's no benefit to them healing you. They got bills to pay, they got people to feed, you know what I'm saying? They got families to feed, they got their nice house, their car they want to keep. They is not worried about your health, brother. This is why money need to go away, because money ruins integrity and it takes away people's ability to do the right thing, because all they want to do is get a bag. So if you think you going to the doctor and they gonna heal your child, you are out of your goddamn mind. They're not about to do that. And even if they do that, they gonna get Dr. Sebi, they gonna get Nipsey Hussle, they gonna get, you know what I'm saying, Dick Gregory, you know what I'm saying? So trust and believe, ain't no doctor about to heal you. They gonna follow the curriculum they was given like every other doctor is supposed to. Point blank period. Alright? And any doctor that's telling you something different, they risking their life by doing that. Now, you want to understand that simple sugars are monosaccharides, and this is the only thing you want to eat. You do not want to eat complex sugars. I'm gonna go into that later, because that's when we talk about how to heal yourself and how to never get sick, because I'm showing y'all how to never get sick. This is the purpose of this lecture. Let's not lose focus, okay? Hold up. We talking about a lot. Let's not lose focus. The purpose of this lecture is to make sure that you never get sick, you know how to heal yourself from anything, and you can look at any doctor and say, why the hell are you giving me that? Why the hell are you telling me this? Why you didn't ask me if I ate such and such instead of telling me to do this? You get what I'm saying? That's what we doing. And the reason that we talking about DNA is because this is a part of your this is a part of the circulatory system in your anatomy. And it's important that you know this. And it's important that you know what DNA is, because later on when we get into section 2 or we get into part 2, I'm gonna say some things that I need y'all to notice, right? Now let me end this real quick, because we about to end section 1. All right, this is all I need y'all to know about DNA. Okay, I just need you to know that DNA are these double helical structures that are made up of these items, and the backbone of them is called polynucleotides. Right? Polynucleotides are made out of these. Right? Cytosine, guanine, adenine, thymine, and it's also uracil, but they're not bringing up uracil. Now, the reason they're not bringing up uracil is because uracil is only associated with RNA. Let me see if they tell you that real quick for those who might think I don't know what I'm talking about, or you don't believe me or something. And remember, this is the backbone. This is the backbone of your DNA. Did they tell you uracil? Hold on. Bear with me, y'all. Bear with me. They don't tell you here. But listen, you have another one called uracil. Oh, there we go. Look. Let's see what it say. Hold on. Okay, let's start here. It is the sequence of 4 nuclear bases along the backbone that encodes genetic information, right? RNA strands are created using DNA strands as a template in a process called transcription, where DNA bases are exchanged for their corresponding bases, except in the case of thymine, for which RNA substitutes uracil, right? So when you look, so when your RNA, thymine becomes uracil, right? So just know that in this DNA, you have guanine, you have adenine, you have cytosine, and you have thymine, right? But in your RNA, you have uracil to replace thymine. And there's a process for that. You have to go watch my DNA lecture for that, because I don't want to get into all of that, all right? Now, we have completed section 1, okay? Let's recap what we learned about section 1, all right? Part 1 is anatomy. Section 1 of part 1 was the circulatory system, right? So what do we know, right? We know that the circulatory system is composed of a bodily fluid, right? Known as what? Blood, right? Blood is composed of what? Blood cells and what? Blood plasma, right? We know that blood cells make up what? 45% of your blood. The other 55% is made up of what? Blood plasma, right? We know that blood plasma is 95% what? Water. They also told us that it's like a yellowish colored liquid, but that's really irrelevant. We just want to know that blood plasma is made up of 95% water, and it accounts for 55% of your blood. Okay, so that's why they tell you, and your other blood cells have water in them too. They just didn't specify how much. It's a smaller amount. It's like 15% or something. I forget what it is, but it's a small amount. But that's why they tell you that your body is made up of about 70% water, because your blood is pretty much all water. So all of my people that's like, I'm not drinking no water, I'm gonna drink Kool-Aid. You know what Kool-Aid dehydrate the fuck out you? All right. My apologies, y'all. We doing a recap. Okay. So, circulatory system is composed of blood, which is flown throughout your body through arteries and veins. Veins go into your heart. Arteries come out of your heart. Right? Veins and arteries. We know that the pacing in which this blood flows through your circulatory system is controlled by what? Pacemaker cells, right? Which is where you get that thing that they give a lot of older people who have blood issues called a pacemaker. It's an unnatural version or replication of your pacemaker cells, right? And this a lot of times can cause something called SADS, right? Which is, I forget what it stands for. It's like something arrhythmic disorder syndrome, but it basically means that your body will reject, because remember what white blood cells do. What do white blood cells do? White blood cells sense something that's foreign and then go get on their ass. So white blood cells be like, hold on, yo, what's that? Oh, we on their ass. And then they fucking my apologies, y'all. But look, so when you using a pacemaker, and this same thing goes for dialysis, but I ain't gonna get into that yet. We're gonna talk about diabetes later. But you know, the same thing goes for that. Anytime you put something foreign in your body's gonna attack it. So a lot of times people can just die when they have something foreign, like a dialysis machine, or like a pacemaker, or like ventilators, right? These things are foreign. So what will happen is your body will fight it, because you're not supposed to have it. And this is why, you play a stupid game, you get a stupid prize. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to live in this world where you want to just be like, I'm going to eat whatever I want to eat, and I'm going to just let the doctor heal me, okay, then you know what come with that. You know what I'm saying? You know what come with that. Go into the doctor, let him heal you up. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Just know what that come with, alright? So, again, we know that you have a circulatory system with blood that flows throughout your body. You know that pace is based on pacemaker cells, which are located inside your heart. They are electrically excitable by what? Neurons, right? Which accept electricity, which is why you're supposed to eat alkaline electricity, so your body can work and you can think clearly and you can, you know what I'm saying? So we know that we have neurons, right? Let me recap. Hold on. We know that blood types are basically what we call antigens, right? Which are anti-genes. That means they're against genes and they are inherited, right? And we never had germs. I want to say that to y'all again. And that will be a whole nother lecture I can do on history for y'all, to explain to y'all when germs became acclimated to us or presented to us, right? Along with plates and spoons and clothes and all the other shit that you got. They all came at the same time, okay? So you want to know that when you have a blood type, that's based on, what antigen was passed down to you, okay? We know that we cannot die because you have two processes that keep you alive and give you immortality. Those processes are what, class? Nah, I'm messing with y'all. No, seriously, what is it? It's like, cell proliferation, right? Which is what? Where the cell divides, right? Creates daughter cells and grows, right? Y'all know, right? And then what's the other one? Anybody know? I'm only saying it like this because I want to give y'all a second to think about it. Like, hold on, what was that shit? Programmed cell death, right? So we have PCD, programmed cell death, and then we have cell proliferation. Between those two, which work together, there's no way to die. Point blank period. Unless you introduce some foreign substance that makes you die. Alright? Now, we also know what neurons are, and that we have three types, right? We have sensory neurons, right, which stimulate you. So when I go like this, my brain, those neurons communicated to my brain, right? That I smack myself, right? Just like it communicated to the neurons in my eyes to look at the screen and see that I'm smacking myself. Just like it made me touch that screen just now when it went blank. All of those are neurons. These are millions of synapses that are going on, right? So we have sensory neurons. We also have motor neurons, right? Motor neurons work throughout that spine, right? They work down that spine. Motor neurons are what connect all of your things to each other, right? Through your spine and your brain. You say, I have no blood type in my family, only T9 people in the world. Oh, hey, look, watch your back. Now I'm messing with you. When you have special blood types, because there are other blood types outside of this, they just don't really tell you about those. When you have special blood types, they either don't tell you or they on your ass. They watch you. You know what I'm saying? And it's a whole deep meaning behind that. I don't want to get into it because then people will be, he's a conspiracy theorist, which I can break down to you scientifically. But anyway, so, we know that you have neurons. You have three types. You have the sensory neurons, you have the motor neurons, and then you have what we call interneurons, whose specific job is to just talk to the neurons and connect them to each other. It's like the middleman, right? Then we have DNA and RNA. We know that DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, right? Which is just basically it's the cells in your body that hold your genomes and your genetic codes and breaks down through metabolic processes things that you want to get. We haven't gotten there yet. I didn't go through all that with y'all, but just know y'all have a basic understanding that DNA is basically ribose, which is composed of guanine, cytosine, adenine, and thymine, and RNA has uracil, right? Hopefully we know this, all right? So we done section 1. If anybody have any questions or concerns, speak now or forever hold your peace. Let me know if y'all have any questions or concerns so far. We are done part 1, section 1, which was part 1 is anatomy, section 1 was the circulatory system, okay? I don't see nobody saying nothing, so we're gonna go ahead and move forward thus far, okay? Shout out to all 17 people that are in here, because at the end of the day, it just dropped down to 14. Look, that means 3 people was like, God damn it, the game on. Look, man, what you say? Bad Girls Club, loving hip hop, man. I ain't got time. This nigga trying to teach me how to heal myself. You know what I'm saying? But look, all right. So section 2, we're gonna move on, okay? Now, many of you who may study Dr. Sebi, because I want y'all to know I'm a student of Dr. Sebi, okay? I've been a student of Dr. Sebi for about 2 years, you know what I'm saying? Which is when I threw everything in my house away, because I ain't have nothing in my house that was food, you know what I'm saying? But he has often told y'all, and I'm about to break down the science behind why he told you that there is no sickness that does not come from mucus. Point blank period. I'm going to say it 2 more times for the power of the 3. There is no sickness that does not come from mucus. Again, there is no sickness that does not come or start from mucus, okay? And we're about to break down the science behind that, okay? So section 2 is called mucosa, for those who don't know, okay? Oh, it's also called the mucous membrane, okay? My apologies, I'll be using the scientific term sometime. Mucosa, okay? So a mucous membrane or mucosa, right? What is that? All right, let's go into it. I'm gonna just read the first paragraph so we can understand, okay? A mucosa is a membrane that lines various cavities in the body of an organism and covers the surface of internal organs. It consists of 1 or more layers of epithelial cells, and epithelial cells, because I don't want to lose y'all, are just the wall Just know that they are the wall, okay? Let me see what they say. But it's like your cell wall. The epithelium is one of 4 basic types of connective tissue, muscle tissue, nervous tissue, intercellular matrix. Listen, we're not gonna go into all of that because I could do a whole lecture on epithelium. We don't want to do that. Just know that epithelial cells are the walls. So like your throat, when your throat, like your throat, your anus, you know what I'm saying? Oh, look, I'm going ahead. Let's go. Epithelial cells, overlying layer of loose connective tissue. It is mostly of endodermal origin and then continuous with the skin, my apologies, y'all, and is continuous with the skin at body openings such as eyes, eyelids, ears, inside the nose, inside the mouth, lips, genital areas, the urethra, and the anus, right? Remember I told y'all that, right? Some mucous membranes secrete mucus, a thick protective fluid, right? The function of the membrane is to stop pathogens, right? Now, yeah, the big words be confusing you because they trying to confuse you. Don't let that shit confuse you. This right here, pathogens, that's just germs. That's all that is. Let's see what they tell you it is. What's a pathogen? In biology, a pathogen, hold on. It's what is it? It's in its broadest sense, it's any organism or agent that can produce disease. It's a germ, right? Yeah, there we go. Simply a germ. Okay, so don't let them lose you with these words, bro. When they say pathogen, it's normally a germ that has to do with your genes, which is why they call it pathogen, because it takes the path of your genes, right? But it's just germs, okay? So basically they telling you that the mucosa's function, right, is to stop germs and dirt from entering the body and to prevent bodily tissues from becoming dehydrated, okay? So let's just take a quick second. And allow me to take a quick second as well to understand that no part of your body does not have mucus there protecting it from outside influences, right? So even your anus, right? The mucus, so the mucosa is what you call an excretory gland, right? Or exocrine gland, right? Because you have endocrine glands and you have exocrine glands, right? And an exocrine gland is one that secretes things. So you have things like, let me show y'all, because I don't really like talking at people because then it's like, oh, how I know you know what you're talking about. Okay, cool. And that's facts. I got you. Don't ever just let somebody just talk at you like that. No, we ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. Not in here. All right. So what's an exocrine gland, right? Exocrine glands are glands that secrete substances onto an epithelial surface. Now remember, epithelial means the wall, so like your throat, your stomach lining, all of that, right? Exocrine glands secrete substances onto those. Saliva, sweat, all of that, right? I just wanted to show y'all what an exocrine gland was and how to spell it and all that, so you can look it up yourself. Because nothing I'm telling y'all, I don't want you to just be like, oh, he said that. Okay, I want you to know this. Like, you gotta know this when we done, and we're gonna recap all of this too, so we can know this. And then at the end, we're gonna recap again, because everybody gotta know this. Or I wasted my time, or wasted my energy. I could be doing this with my children. I teach my children. You know what I'm saying? So, all right. So listen. So what you want to know is that the mucosa covers your entire body. Right? Now, let me see what I want to show y'all. We seen what a pathogen is. Matter of fact, I think I wanted to show you something else about a pathogen. Hold on. Because I wrote down to explain pathogen. I don't know why I did that, because I told y'all about it. But let me see. Maybe I wanted to show you the structure of it. Bear with me. Hold on. No, we don't need to go into this. We don't need to go into this. Listen, we'll be all day. We go into that. There's different types of pathogens, and one gotta go out and all that. We would go into that if we was trying to heal something. You know what I'm saying? We're not trying to heal. I'm trying to show you how to know how to heal it. That's all. You know what I'm saying? So what is mucus, right? Let's talk about what is mucus real quick, because mucus is the barrier between sickness and your body. This is what you gotta know, and it lines everything, right? What is mucus? So right here they told you some mucous membranes secrete mucus, a thick protective fluid. So what is mucus, right? Alright? Mucus is a slippery aqueous, right? And when they say aqueous, they're referring to the way it performs chemically in water, right? Whenever they say something is aqueous, I'm trying to break down these words because somebody said these big words be getting on my nerve. So aqueous, it comes from aqua. They're basically telling you anytime there's a chemical reaction or a metabolic process, this takes place in water. which is why when you're dehydrated, your mucus is not as thick and it's runny. And that's why when you got a runny nose, which is actually called rhinorrhea, which we're gonna get into. Mucus is actually not. All right. Let's go. All right. Secretion produced by and covering mucous membranes. Right. I wonder how much of this do I want to read. I don't really need to read all of this, y'all. Just know that basically mucus is produced for the purpose of catching diseases and pathogens. I'm gonna read this so y'all can see. It is typically produced from cells in the mucous glands, although it may also originate from mixed glands which contain both serous, and serous produce things like sperm, like precum, stuff like that. Precum comes from exocrine glands as well. A lot of the erogenous zones, if y'all not familiar with erogenous zones, which was named after Eros, the Greek god Eros, look. Okay, I apologize because I had no business deviating like that. Let's keep going. Which contain both serous and mucous cells. It is a viscous colloid, right? What's a colloid? Let's see, because you don't want to let these words pass you. What's a colloid? A colloid is a mixture in which one substance consisting of microscopically dispersed insoluble particles is suspended throughout another substance, okay? So all they basically telling you is that anytime there's a bunch of substances mixed in together that cannot be broken down, that's called a colloid. Alright? That's all you need to know. That's it. Alright? But it's still not, and it contains inorganic salts, antimicrobial enzymes, right? Which means it fights against microbiology, right? Enzymes such as lysozymes, immunoglobulins, right? Especially IgA, and glycoproteins such as lactoferrin. Now we could look these up and I could go into these, but it would take a while. Just know that this is shit that fight against diseases, okay? So your mucus is actually designed to fight against mucus, or my apologies, to fight against bacteria. Let's keep going. Mucins which are produced by goblet cells. Now you want to know what goblet cells are. I guess I won't go into it. Goblet cells are simple columnar epithelial cells. So basically these goblet cells are what actually house the secretions. It's not necessary to know all of this. I just want you to see how to learn. Like, you know what I'm saying? This is how you learn. You don't let shit on here pass you. You don't let nothing on here pass you. Your brain is capable of knowing all of this and more. So don't limit yourself. Don't be like, oh, I don't know about that, I'm gonna go to some other doctor. Nah, bro. There's nothing you should not know unless you don't know that you don't know it. Because once you don't know it, then you get on this ass and you know it. Let's keep on going. Goblet cells in the mucous membranes and submucosal glands, right? Yeah, see, a goblet cell is a submucosal gland. It's a gland within it. There's also another one called the gastric chief cell, which we're going to get into in your stomach, right? So mucus serves to protect epithelial cells in the linings of the respiratory, digestive, and urogenital systems, okay? And structures in the visual, because it covers your eyes, right? Auditory system, because it covers your ears, from pathogenic fungi, bacteria, and viruses, right? So you have mucus everywhere. You even have mucus lining your ears, stopping you from getting sick, okay? So here's what we want to know, okay? So far, my apologies, y'all. Is everybody still with me? Can I get people to comment? I mean, I see I got like 15 people in here, so not many people are saying anything. I got 2 or 3 people who comment every now and again, and it might be because y'all listening, and if so, that's beautiful. But I'm not used to people being able to retain or take this type of information. Normally, when I start talking this stuff, people start, shit, I got to go check the motherfucking shit, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That's what happened when I start talking this. So just like let me know that y'all still there if y'all don't mind. I'm not gonna think you interrupted me enough, and I just want to know that like people are here. You know what I'm saying? I wish we could all get on like a video so I could see everybody and we not, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not just talking at a screen with a number there. Like I don't, you know what I'm saying? All right. Now, so we know what the job of mucus is, right? So when you see all these kids with the runny nose and stuff, we know why. Because they got sicknesses in them. And they got pathogens in them. That's why, right? But here's what I want y'all to see, right? Alright, bear with me. I want to type it in so I don't gotta hold it. So, what you want to know is that mucus is alkaline. Alkaline mucus is a thick fluid produced by animals which confers Now they say animals, but keep in mind when they say animals, they talking about mammals, and when they say mammals, they talking about humans, which is why I do not believe I am a human. Scientifically, I do not believe I'm a human, because all throughout studying of science and biology as well as chemistry, you'll find that they relate humans to things that I don't believe I have. But we're going to keep on moving forward, all right? Produced by animals which confer tissue protection in an acidic environment, okay? Right? Such as the stomach, right? So this alkaline mucus actually protects you from yourself, right? So in your stomach, you have stomach acid, right? Let me see if they tell you this here. Hold on. Okay, look at this. Mucus that serves as a protective function against acidic environments generally has a high viscosity, though the thickness and viscosity of the mucus layer can vary due to several factors. Now, when they talking about several factors, they talking about the pH level. The pH level. Y'all see why you're supposed to eat food with a high pH? Now, if you don't eat food with a high pH, then your mucus is going to be runny. Now, when your mucus is runny, that means that it's not doing its job. That means that your immune system is weak. Your mucus is not supposed to be runny. It's supposed to be thick. You know how it be thick and it's clogging your nose up? That's what's supposed to happen, because it's supposed to catch all of these different pathogens, right? But when it's just runny and it's not viscous, then yeah, you got, and what is pH? For those who don't know, it's potential hydrogen. It's the potentiality to potential of hydrogen. It's the potentiality of your blood to connect to hydrogen. And what is hydrogen in? Your DNA, correct? Exactly. That's how you unlock your DNA. We're not even going to get into that though, because I just did a lecture on that y'all can go look. I just looked up I just did a lecture scientifically on how to unlock your DNA, because so many people talk about, unlock your DNA this, unlock your DNA that, but nobody really describes the science of it. You know what I'm saying? Like I get tired of people saying, yeah, we got to unlock, but you don't talk about how. You don't talk about what that even means. Like, you know what I'm saying? Stop just saying stuff. And I'm not throwing shots at nobody. It's okay, because I did it too before I knew. But this is why we have to educate each other. You know what I'm saying? Because these are hydrogen plus ions. And I could get all into that in terms of what that is. Cations. Ions are basically just molecules that have a charge. In this case, they're talking about a positive charge, right? So I'm just doing this to show you the tie behind you eating shit that's not alkaline, and why you get shit like this. Like this. Let me show y'all what this is. Rhinorrhea, right? Also known as runny nose, right? Rhinorrhea, right? So what is rhinorrhea? Rhinorrhea is the free discharge of a thin mucus fluid from the nose. It is a common condition. It is a common symptom of allergies or certain viral infections such as common cold or COVID-19. Look, they didn't put COVID-19. They didn't put COVID-19 in here, y'all. Listen, this is what you want to know, okay? What you want to know is that rhinorrhea refers to a runny nose, okay? And when your mucus is runny like that, that means that your body ain't fit to defend itself. Because you know how you see them kids. How many people remember Martin? What was his name on Martin? Jada. What was his name? Who know his name? Comment his name. It was the little boy. The little boy used to be at the door. He used to be banging on the door. Jada. Got the runny nose? I'm gonna wait for somebody to comment. But look, when you see these kids walking around and you see their nose all runny like that, I ain't never seen my children with a runny nose. And my children don't get sick. Because there's no such thing as sickness. You have to invite sickness into your body. I don't get sick neither. Like, there's no such thing as sickness, bro. Like, you really got to understand that. If somebody's sick, they did that to themselves. And this is why the health community, when it comes to like scientists and like high level doctors, they don't give a shit about you, because they know that you doing the shit to yourself out of your own ignorance. Because there's no way to be sick unless you put shit in your body to make you sick. And we about to figure this out right now. But ain't nobody tell me his name yet. Oh, Roscoe. I think his name was Roscoe. Was his name Roscoe? I think his name was Roscoe. But anyway, he had the runny nose. He was always, Gina. That was because his ass full of acid. He was full of acid. And what does acid do? Acid breaks down the viscosity of your mucus, right? And you see the mucus coming out your nose, right? But you don't see the mucus inside your stomach. You don't see the mucus inside your vagina. This is why women pussy stink. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. This is why a lot of women pussy stink, because they eat acidic things and they have a mucus lining on their vaginal tract, and that mucus lining is being penetrated by bacteria because they're not eating properly. This is where you get a lot of different STD. Like, I'm not gonna get into that, but I'm just letting y'all know, when you eat right, everything fixes itself. That's just it. You know what I'm saying? Eating right, fix yourself. That's it. But you gotta know the science behind it, because otherwise it'll be like, huh? Because it's so many people I tell, like, oh, I don't eat meat, and they be like, oh, okay. They think I don't eat meat because I think it tastes nasty. Nigga, you know how good meat tastes. You out your mind? Well, first of all, meat don't taste good. The seasoning they put on meat tastes good. But you know how good it tastes? So don't look at me like I'm crazy when I say I don't eat something. It's not because I think I'm holier than thou, nigga. It's because it's bad for you and it kill you. What the hell? People be looking, oh, you don't eat that? Shh, that's crazy. It's not that I don't eat it because I don't want to. Like, it's not that I don't eat it because I don't think that fucking cheesesteak sub tastes good. Of course that cheesesteak sub tastes good, but that's death. That's death. I don't want death. What's wrong with you? Anyway, alright. So what I want to talk about? Let me drop a little. We gonna get into all of that because we didn't get to food yet. We on anatomy. We on anatomy. We on section 2 of part 1. We going somewhere with this. Now, I want to let y'all know something. How many people know where the name Pepsi came from? Right? How many people know where the name Pepsi came from? I'm gonna show you where the name Pepsi came from. Right? Right? This is where the name Pepsi came from. Inside your body, right? Inside your stomach, remember, because we all learning here, and we're going to sum this up. Inside your stomach, right, you have something protecting and lining your stomach, protecting it from acid from yourself, your own stomach acid that can destroy your body, which is why your stomach hurts sometimes, because your mucus layer is too thin and the stomach acid is actually eating yourself as well as bacteria. But we know that the mucus covers that, right? Let me show you why they named Pepsi. Look at how these motherfuckers move. Watch this. Right? Now, in your stomach, you have something called pepsin, right? Also known as pepsinogen, right? Because pepsinogen is a subparticle. Let's see what pepsin is. Pepsin is an endopeptidase, right? And y'all remember I told you that proteins are also known as peptides, right? Which are just groups of, they're just groups of, they're groups of linked chains together. Sometimes it's genomes, genetic information. We're going to get into that. We ain't get into protein yet. I'm going to show y'all that in a minute. Pepsin is an endopeptidase that breaks down, and when they say endopeptidase, they're referring to the, endocrine glands. They're referring to the fact that this is something that's generated inside your body. Look, don't listen. We ain't gonna let nothing pass us. Let me show you. Endopeptidase, right? In contrast to exopeptidase, which break down peptide bonds from end pieces of terminal amino acids. For this reason, bro, they gonna just confuse you talking. Look, just know that they talking about things that's internal, right? And it breaks down proteins into smaller peptides, right? It is produced in the gastric chief cells, right? And gastric chief cells are a part of mucus, right? For those who don't know, right? And pepsinogen. This is why they named Pepsi. You know why? Because when you drink Pepsi, right? Let me show you. I'm gonna show you this shit. I'm gonna show you how fucking diabolical and crazy they are with the shit they be doing. Because your body responds to something called hydrochloric acid. It may not show you in here. Just know that gastric chief cells are located inside the mucus. I was trying to show y'all that this is a subcell within the mucosa. Bear with me for a second. They don't tell you here. Alright. They're not telling you here. Just know that gastric chief cells are located inside of the mucosa. And we're going to get into that later on anyway when we talk about how to heal and how to protect yourself and never get sick. Alright. But let's go back. Alright. But just know, let me see if I can find where they tell you that this is as a reaction. So look, alright, look. Pepsins is a proenzyme, and enzymes are designed to break down proteins and different kind of biological structures. Is released by the gastric chief cells in the stomach wall upon mixing with hydrochloric acid. Now, how many people know hydrochloric acid is in soda? Hydrochloric acid. It is a colorless solution with a distinctive pungent smell. It is classified as a strong acid, right? hydrochloric acid is in soda. Now, if you look in the ingredients, it's not gonna tell you, but it's in corn syrup. See, this is what I'm saying. You gotta really study this shit to know. Hydrochloric acid, which is where they basically, y'all remember we was talking about polymerization, right? Where they take hydrogen atoms, and they ionize them with oxygen, right? And they create this acid. And what this acid does is cause pepsinogen. Let me not go too deep, my apology. But that acid causes pepsin or pepsinogen to be produced. So that's why they called soda Pepsi. That's why they called Pepsi. You know what I'm saying? And it's just, just knowing stuff like that, you know what I'm saying, just makes you look at life different. Like, yo, what the fuck? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, just little stuff like knowing that Adidas. How many people know that Adidas? Y'all know the shoe Adidas, right? How many people know that Adidas is owned by a Nazi? How many people know that Adidas is the name of the Nazi? His name was Adolf Adidas. His name was Adolf, middle name was Adi, and his last name was Dacier or something. But they took his middle name, which was Adi, and the beginning of his last name, which was Das. But he was a Nazi, right? And y'all see everything that's going on with your boy, right? With your boy Kanye West, right? Who was signed to who? Adidas, right? Which is owned by what? Nazi Germany, right? Which does what? MK Ultra and programming, right? See how somebody knocked at the door? Somebody at the door. See how as soon as I start talking to y'all about this? Hold on for a second. On the way. Shit. Alright, family. Bear with me for a second, y'all, alright? Bear with me for a second. So check this out. I'm gonna need y'all to give me like a quick 2-minute intermission, alright? Cause I gotta make some moves real quick. Bear with me. Alright? Alright, family. So look, I'm gonna try to do this. My young ones, look, let me show y'all. Bear with me. My young ones resting, y'all. Let me show y'all. He said, do what you gotta do, fam. Okay, let's see. Alright, so I gotta keep it down. Alright. So I'm gonna have to do this in here because as soon as I started talking to y'all, and I want y'all to understand, there's no such thing as coincidences. As soon as I started talking to y'all about what I was talking to y'all about, something happened, and now I have to either stop the lecture or I have to do it in here with my star seeds. Okay, so I'm gonna try to be as quiet as I can. Alright. Y'all give me about a minute and a half. Okay, let me just get set up right here. I can't believe I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. I'm not surprised at all that happened. I should have left it alone. I should have left Adidas alone, boy, I tell you. Alright. So, alright, y'all, look. Here's what we're about to do. Here's what we are about to do. I'm gonna set this right here. Alright. Alright, y'all. So we're gonna sit this right here. We're gonna keep it moving. I ain't gonna let the energy get messed up. Y'all still here with me? Can y'all drop some nines for me? Cause honestly, like, I just need y'all energy. I need y'all energy. I'm gonna be honest with you. Something just happened that's trying to mess up my energy. You know what I'm saying? And I want to give this to y'all. I ain't about to let it mess me up. We gonna keep it going. Forget all that. We ain't doing that. All right. One love to you, family. So I was just talking to y'all about the fact that Adidas was owned by Nazis, and there's a school called University of Göttingen. You can look that up. University of Göttingen, Gottingen, and they study a lot of things as it relates to what they do with MK Ultra and mind control and things like that. And it's just very coincidental that Kanye is doing all of the stuff that he's doing, and he was with Adidas. You know what I'm saying? He was over there. He disappeared for a while over there. But let's keep on going. Because that ain't what this was about. Alright? So look, we're going to come to the end of section 2, right? Section 2, part 1 is anatomy. Section 2 was mucosa. Okay? Can y'all hear me okay? Everybody let me know if you can hear me okay, alright? I see people dropping 9s. I appreciate that. Just let me know that you can hear me. I'm assuming you can hear me if you drop the 9s, because I got my phone positioned in a way where the mic is at the bottom, so I don't know if you can hear me. And I'm kind of low because I know I got my star seeds over there, okay? But so to go ahead and recap, right? We went over the fact that our bodies have something called mucosa. The mucosa lines your eyes, throat, your urethra, your anus. It lines everything in your body, your stomach, your organs. We read all of that, right? We saw all of that. Everything is covered by mucus. We know that mucus is alkaline. We know that in order for your mucus, alright, cool. We know that in order for your mucus to be viscous enough to capture bacteria and to fight against pathogens, you have to have a certain pH level. You have to have a certain potential hydrogen, right? If you do not have that potential hydrogen level, then it will allow the growth of microbes and different kind of bacteria, right? This is how you get like yeast infections, all that kind of stuff, because yeast is very acidic and it tears down your mucus, your mucous membrane. All right, so do many other things, but we're just gonna bring that up, okay? So, in closing of section 2, I wanna tell you guys to try to study immunology, okay? Study immunology, and I'm gonna pull it up just to show it to y'all real quick. What that is. Y'all have no idea how much it just irritated me that happened. I had a whole setup. I had my table set. I had everything the way I wanted to have it. It's all good though. I ain't tripping. Because at the end of the day, the information is the information. Like people who want to know this stuff gonna know this stuff. Let me see who's still in here. Because first of all, anybody who's still in here is real ones. Okay, yeah. You know what's crazy? A couple people that dropped out was people that I was expecting was going to drop out anyway. But it's all good. All right. Shout out to the real ones. You feel me? Shout out to everybody who really want this drop. One love to you. So immunology, right? I ain't gonna say that everybody who dropped out is not real ones, by the way. That's not the case. Some people have family, some people have, some people have things going on. I don't expect you to just drop everything for hours for me. But look, make sure that you study, okay? Immunology, okay? This is the branch of medicine, right, that covers the medical study of immune systems, okay? Because once you study immune systems, at that point, you see you have different types of immune systems, and you have different types of worms and things that you can defend yourself against, and you can know what types of things you need to eat in order to build up that immune system, okay? So again, all I wanted to do there was just show y'all that immunology is very important, okay? Let's go ahead and move on. All right, we're gonna move on to section. Hold on, y'all. How many sections do I have in part 1? All right, so part 1 only has 3 sections. Okay, so we moving on to the next, the last part, or the last section of part 1, right? Anatomy, which is the sun. And a lot of people might be like, well, the sun. Why are we talking about the sun when we talking about anatomy? Because you and the sun have more in common than you know, right? Some of us. Nah, but look, so let's get into it, right? So, real quick. And if y'all looked at my lecture that I did not too long ago, he said, hey, God, I'll always be grateful for you. You really put me on to how to make salads. I appreciate, family, the fact that I could motivate you with that, because that was my whole goal, okay? All right, so let's talk about the sun, right? And I wanted to say again, for anybody who don't know, I did a lecture a couple days ago. It was probably about a week ago, where I explained, how to unlock your DNA, and the sun plays a major role in that. All right, the sun plays a major role in that. Let's go ahead and get to it. All right, so look, what is the sun, right? The sun is the star at the center of the solar system. It is a nearly perfect ball of hot plasma heated to incandescence by nuclear fusion reactions in its core. The sun radiates this energy mainly as light, ultraviolet, and infrared radiation, and is the most important source of source of energy for life on Earth. Now I want to repeat that 3 times, because we know the power of the 3, the 6, and the 9, and also because this is very important. This part. The sun is the most important source of energy for life on Earth. Again, the sun is the most important source of energy for life on Earth. So why is Billy Badass trying to block it out? Okay? Why the hell is Billy Badass trying to block it out? And I showed this in my other lecture, and y'all know who Billy Bad is, right? Somebody comment who I'm talking about when I say Billy Badass trying to block out the sun, just so I can know what y'all know what I'm talking about, alright? So let's keep on going. This is going to be a very revealing section before we move on to the second part, which is going to be food. And then we're going to get into food, and we're going to get into all of that, okay? Is my guy Nanita still in here? Nanita still in here. One love to you, family. I appreciate you, okay? Why is Billy Badass trying to block out the most important source of energy for life on Earth, right? So first thing I want us to understand, what is UV, right? Yeah, right, Bill Gates, exactly. You got it. What is UV? Ultraviolet is a form of electromagnetic radiation with wavelengths from 10 nanometers. NM is nanometers, y'all, just so that you know, okay? It's a nanometer. Only thing smaller than that, I believe, is a picometer. There's a couple other ones too. Yeah. Alright, but we ain't gonna get into all of that. That's when you get into quantum physics. When you start studying quantum physics and you study metaphysics, then you get into picometers and things like that. That's what Ant-Man was about, right? But we ain't gonna go into that, alright? From 10 nanometers, right, to 400 nanometers, right? 750 terahertz. Shorter than that of visible light, but longer than that of X-rays. So we don't even need to get into all of that, okay? We could get into more. We can get into how, they don't, it has photons, right? And what the photons do and all of that. But I just wanted y'all to see that, right? Ultraviolet light, right? Now, the reason that we're tying this into our food and health, right, is because somebody said Bill Gates' ass and my King Palm. Right, smoke his bitch ass. Smoke his bitch ass. Look, so the reason we bringing this up, right, because I got a question for y'all, right? I got a question for Sway, right? As I type in what we about to move into next. I'm always working, okay? Why are they trying to block out the sun, right? And why is it that when you get sick, the first thing they tell you to do is get out the sun? Why is the first thing they tell you to do is get out the sun? Do they or do they not? Right now, we have this, right now, okay. Y'all see my goddess? You see my goddess with our rainbow pants? Look at that. Don't be getting your big old booty on there, girl. They don't need to see why I'm making all these babies, girl. It's like, nah, but look, why is it that right now they have some sort of a sickness that they're calling the certificate of vaccination ID? COVID. They're calling the COVID, right? Why is it that when you get that, they used to call it coronavirus, but I think too many people was catching on to the fact that corona means sun, and they was realizing some stuff. But why is it that as soon as you get sick, they tell you to go in the house for 2 weeks? Why? Look at this. Who knows what UVGI is? UVGI, right? UVGI. I want y'all to look this up so y'all know this. What is UVGI? Ultraviolet germicidal irradiation. Anybody remember hearing somebody say everything vibrating low will be eradicated? Eradicated. Alright, but let's keep going. Ultraviolet germicidal irradiation is the disinfection method that uses short wavelength, right? We just went over short wavelength, right? The nanometers, right? Under ultraviolet C, light, to kill or inactivate microorganisms by destroying nucleic acids and disrupting their DNA, leaving them unable to perform vital cellular functions. So what we're talking about is certain germs, right? Remember, germs and pathogens and viruses, right? Because what are viruses? Viruses are basically germs that can think. They have DNA, proviruses anyway, right? And they have nucleuses, right? They have nuclei. This UV destroys them. So here's my question for Sway. Why the hell don't they tell you go outside and sit in the sun when you get sick? Let's pull that back. Let's pull that back up. Pull that back up. Come on now. Stop playing with me. All right, there we go. Why don't they tell you go outside when you get sick? Why the hell would they tell you go in a house, go in the basement, shut yourself off from everything, instead of telling you go outside in the sun? When clearly we see that the sun, ultraviolet C, right? What does it do? Let's see if it tells you more here. Right? Oh no, this is just telling you the electromagnetic spectrum, right? Yeah. Don't worry about. Okay. This is breaking it all down to you what they do, right? But right now, right? So we all have somebody. We all have one of our brothers, right? Who's right now breaking a lot of things down for us. His name is Kalai, and Kalai is showing us what the UVC rating is right now, right? Right? For those who don't know, and right now UVC is at it's somewhere between a 7 and a 9. Anything over 3 is very dangerous for germs. So right now, if we at like a 7 or a 9, why are they not? And this is in the summertime, by the way. This is in the summer when it's winter. When winter, which is not natural to our planet, by the way. But when we're in winter, it's still that high, right? So why are they telling you go in the house? That's what I want people to realize, and how this relates to your anatomy, right? As long as you're not a germ. So as long as you're not a germ, and that don't do that to us. You know what I'm saying? So why are we not going out there? Okay. Now another thing I want to show y'all, right? And I'm showing y'all me typing this stuff because I want you to see how to like what I'm looking up step by step, so you can look it up yourself if you want to. We're gonna go into something called solar. My apologies, y'all. Bear with me. This tablet. I don't like this tablet. Solar phenomena, right? What is solar phenomena, right? Solar phenomena are natural phenomena which occur within the atmosphere of the sun. These phenomena take many forms, including solar flares. Let's focus on this, as well as coronal. And the reason they're saying coronal is because this is coming from what? The corona of the sun. Coronal mass ejections. And right now, y'all can go and Google and look up what scientists are saying about coronal mass ejections, or what they call CMEs, that are hitting Earth right now, tearing Earth apart, right? What you think that's doing to people's bodies? Now, to us, it heals us and helps us, but not when you full of a bunch of bullshit in your body, right? So you know what's going to happen when a coronal mass ejection hits you and you eating a bunch of dumbass shit and food and acid and all that? It's going to tear your ass apart because you full of germs. So you're going to be like, oh my goodness, I'm getting sick from corona. Yeah, you are, because your ass is unnatural and you not what's supposed to be here. The sun is gonna eradicate anything that's vibrating low. And that's sicknesses, germs, all of that. So if you want to fill yourself up with that shit, then have at it. But the sun is on your ass. That's one thing you want to know, okay? The sun is on your ass. This is the sun's planet. So you might want to get with the times. You feel me? But let's see what solar flares are. This is what I'm just showing y'all this, because this shit is real. People think like this shit is a game. Like, you better get with it. You know what I'm saying? You got to make a conscious decision on which way you want to go. Pick a side. You know what I'm saying? You want that solar flare be on your ass, or you just want that chicken so bad, you know what I'm saying? But look, a solar flare is an intense localized eruption of electromagnetic radiation, right? Electromagnetic radiation. Flares occur in active regions and are often but not always accompanied by coronal mass ejections. Now, I dare y'all right now, anybody who watching this, go to Google and type in threat to Earth from coronal mass ejections, or type in coronal mass ejections, and you're gonna see them talking about right now how the Earth is being destroyed. They're thinking that the electrical grid is gonna go down. This is why they're telling you that the grid is gonna go down, because it's been tearing apart the grid, because it can't take this type of frequency. You got to understand, the frequency of the sun is 750 terahertz. Did we not just see that? Let's go back for those who might be like, oh no, he bluffing. It ain't. Okay, let's go back and see what it is, and let's see who said it, right? So look, 750 terahertz, okay? Terahertz. Y'all know how high that is? That's a crazy amount. That's a crazy amount of frequency being thrown at you, right? And let's see who said it, right? Let's see who said it. Go to check. Vacuum ultraviolet spectroscopy, right? Or spectroscopy. So you need to go talk to them. You know what I'm saying? Go talk to them, because they study in the vacuum of ultraviolet light. These are people who basically take sunlight and then they condense it into probably some form of a field that they can measure it, right? That's what they doing. And they telling you that the frequency is 750 terahertz, which is insane. I mean, you can't even see listen, this is why you can't hear the sun. I could go in deeper with y'all about this, right? Your ears can only hear up to 20,000 hertz. Sometimes a little more, but for the most part, they say 20. People don't want to believe that part about the sun solar flare. I mean, the thing about it is, like, it doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what you believe. Like, people be like, well, I don't believe that. Nigga, I don't care what you believe. That sounds stupid. How you gonna say you don't believe something that's fact? That's like saying, I don't believe the sky is blue because I don't believe that. Like, okay, well, what the fuck? People who like that, bro, you gotta just, they gone because they can't think. You know what I'm saying? These the same people who you say, yo, I seen your husband or I seen your wife downtown kissing somebody else, that I don't believe it because I asked him and he said he didn't do it. Okay. All right, no problem, Nanita. No problem. But make sure you watch it back. Or matter of fact, I'll get with you directly. All right, I'll get with you directly because I know what you're looking for. I'll tell you what's up. All right, and you can watch it back if you want to too. All right. But like I said, you want to keep that in mind. All right. I don't want to dwell on this too much because I really just wanted to show y'all that when I tell you go out in the sun to heal yourself, I'm not trying to speak from some stupid standpoint. Like, this is real shit. The sun heals and is the most important thing to life. You know, it's the most important aspect of life on this planet. So you gotta understand that, okay? All right. Matter of fact, let me show y'all something. Okay? Let me show y'all something. Since I know somebody watching this video might be like, well, I don't need, type this in. For all of my people there, type this in. See this right here? Type this in. Scientists tie themselves to bank, right? Type that in, right? And see what come up. Right? Let's see what come up. I went over this on my other lecture, but let's see. NASA scientist arrested after chaining himself to a bank to protest climate inaction. Okay? You know what this is? This is NASA scientists, right? That they are getting rid of or killing or jailing if they start speaking out because they know what's up. They're saying climate inaction. See, when they talking about climate change, what they really talking about is solar phenomena, because it's melting all of the inorganic ice that does not belong here, because it's not a part of this planet. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not natural. So what's happening is it's causing, they're not going to explain it the way it truly is. They're just telling you that these solar flares are causing problems, and NASA wants people to speak out about it, and they won't. They chained themselves to the White House. You gotta look this up. Look it up. It's been happening a lot, like earlier this year. I think it happened more recently too. But at this point, you gotta understand, they probably already, listen, Once those first wave of scientists went and chained themselves up to the bank and they saw that these NASA scientists was trying to speak out, what you think they did? You know they made them. You know they used them to send a message to the other ones. I wish y'all would come out and speak. Y'all seen the movie Moonfall? When you see the movie Moonfall, or you see Don't Look Up, and you see the way that's real. Like when you look in Don't Look Up and you see the way the scientist was going around trying to tell everybody, and everybody laughing, nobody paying him no attention, blah blah blah. He literally trying to tell everybody what's going on. Nobody would listen. That's what's happening right now. That's what's happening right now. People too busy watching people twerk on TV, talking about who fucking who, watching the game, watching all of this stupid shit to really realize what's really taking place on the planet. You know what I'm saying? It's winter. We dead in the winter. Ice cold winter. And the sun is brighter than it's ever been before. You can't even look at it. You know what I'm saying? UV radiation is off the charts in the wintertime. It doesn't matter how cold it is. Because temperature ain't natural anyway. Not cold. Cold is not natural anyway. We're a tropical planet, okay? You said I gotta watch Don't Look Up, but Moonfall was good as fuck. Yeah. Remember on Moonfall? I think on Moonfall there was a scientist that was trying to he was trying to tell NASA about it, or he was trying to tell them about the moon coming close or something like that, and they wouldn't listen. What I'm really talking about is the concept of the fact that these scientists be trying to speak out and they be silencing them. They do the same thing to doctors. If a doctor come out and say some of the stuff that I be talking about, they're going to silence them. That's why even if you do have a doctor that's healing you, they doing it on the low behind the scenes, and they probably hoping that you don't, you know what I'm saying, go tell somebody, because you could get them really, you know what I'm saying, jammed up. But, you know, while we on this, you know, listen, while we on this topic of exposing stuff, right, let me show y'all something else, right? Now, this is just something I want to show y'all because I want y'all to know what it is. How many people know what breatharianism is, right? If you don't know what breatharianism is, you're about to learn what it is. But it's scientifically, because, you know, a lot of times I use the scientific word. It's called inertia, right? Inertia, right? In science, right? Inertia. Not India, fool. Go back. Stop playing with me. They gonna type in. They gonna make me go to India. That's something else I was researching. Contrails. That's how they control the weather. Let's not go into that though. That was another video that I just did. Y'all can feel free to look at that. All right, inertia. Right. What is inertia? Right. Well, fasting. Inertia. Right. Is the claimed. See how they say claimed, but they lying. You know what I'm saying? Inertia is the claimed ability for a person to live without consuming food and in some cases water. Now I'm going to show y'all how they lying, right? It is a deadly pseudoscience. See how they say deadly? They trying to scare you. What's up, son? My son done tapped me on my... What's up? Son, mommy not downstairs. You gotta wait for mommy to come back, okay? Don't go downstairs right now. She'll be back, alright? Alright? He wanna look, he gon', alright, son, fine, sit with me, okay. He wanna sit with me, that's fine, alright? Alright, anywho, let's go. So look. Alright, hold on. It is a deadly pseudoscience, and they say deadly because they trying to scare you not to do it, because if you was to do this shit, then you wouldn't have to go to the doctor. This is how Dr. Sebi was healing people with any kind of disease. But look, and several adherents of these practices, son, you making it hard, Gerald, you making it hard for me, son, because I can't hold this while I'm, alright, I ain't gonna say I can do anything. Alright, adherents of these practices have died from starvation or dehydration. Multiple cases where this practice was attempted have resulted in failure or death, right? That's what they say. Let me see who said this. Look this shit up. Who said this? Who said this silly shit? Scotland woman starved herself to death. Why is that breatharianism? Like, we don't know, you know what I'm saying? They not saying, listen. Alright, look. Alright, look, y'all. Look, y'all. Let me show you how they lying. How many people ever heard of somebody named... Those are not my children, okay? My child is right here and over there in the bed, okay? Just saying that because I don't want nobody, yeah, hey, you know what I'm saying? I don't do that over here. Mine and control, you know what I'm saying? But look. So look. How many people ever heard of Prahlad Jani? Anybody ever heard of a person named Prahlad Jani? No? Well, guess what? We're going to learn today. We're going to learn today, y'all. Because I'm going to show y'all this real quick and then we're going to move on, right? Alright, so look. Who was Prahlad Jani, right? Prahlad Jani was an Indian Breatharian monk. Okay? Let's look him up. Now, Prahlad Jani, also known as Mataji, right, was an Indian Breatharian monk who claimed to have lived without food and water since 1940. He said that the goddess Amba sustained him. Don't worry about all that. See, they try to confuse you with this goddess stuff, talking about so that you be like, oh, you know, he's believing in that God stuff. He didn't die until May 2020, so he just died 2 years ago. But just know that, like, they trying to keep going. However, look at this part. This is where you catch him in a lie. However, the findings of the investigations on him have been kept confidential and revealed to public by authorities, right? So he also made many media and public appearances. So why would they keep the investigations on him confidential? This is the first thing you wanna look into. Never just let somebody tell you something, because we all know. Listen, we don't need to read no more. We all know that they want better than anything to prove to you that breatharianism or anedia or fasting is wrong and that you should not do that. Why in the world, if they found proof that he was not able to do it, or their investigations found that he was not able to do it, would they keep that information confidential? You know goddamn well they would have had that on that would have been on CNN. Man dies because, and he claimed, you know what I'm saying? Truth of the matter is, they probably found proof that he did. They probably found proof that he actually was able to do it, and was like, well, we're gonna keep this shit confidential and wrap this shit out, because we're not about to have people following behind him. Okay, Dr. Sebi was also the same. Anybody who followed him and is familiar with our great ancestor Sebi, you know that Dr. Sebi was approaching 90 years of age and had a 2-year-old child. Dr. Sebi was approaching 90 years of age and used to fast for 90 days at a time. That means he used to go 90 days, 3 months with only water. And he was approaching 90 years old before they killed him. He was a walking testimony, and that's why they had to get rid of his ass. You know what I'm saying? Dr. Sebi, he was too much. And then when Nipsey was about to do the documentary, he was about to expose a lot of that, and it was like, nah, bro, like you can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't do that. So they got rid of his ass, because imagine if people knew this. Because the real truth is, all you gotta do is stop eating and your body heal itself, because cell proliferation is gonna get rid of all of the bad cells. See, programmed cell death is going to kill off those bad cells, and then cell proliferation is going to create more good ones. And all you need to do is give yourself what? To hydrate red blood cells. We know what red blood, we don't even got to get there yet, because we ain't there yet, but y'all already know how to heal yourself already, based on what I told you, right? Well, let's there's one other person that I want to show y'all, and then we're gonna move on to part 2, right? I might start the live again. I don't know. I'm gonna keep it going. But there's one other person I want to show you, because some people, one of the things that we have to break in terms of the construct and the way that we think is the idea that our best interest is wanted. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody think like, oh, I go to school, I get a good job, and I participate in society and be a productive member, and then everything works out. Like, no, that's not how it works. If you do one thing out of line, they drop your ass, right? Mommy, so let me ask y'all what, son, what's up? Gerald. How? Alright, so look. There's a name I want y'all to look up, right? I'm gonna look it up to show y'all, but I'm just showing you that that I want you to know who this name was. I want you to know who the person was, right? So there's a guy. He was a Mormon, not a Mormon. He was a I forget. It's gonna come up when we pull it up. His name was Sam Girod, right? Look, excuse me, son. All right. So this name right here, Sam Girod, right? Or Girod, however you spell it, right? Who was he, right? He was Amish. He was an Amish farmer, right? He created a product that was called Tumor Gone, and he was curing tumors. No person was hurt from the product. There was no victims. He was actually healing tumors. All you had to do was eat it, and he was healing them with food that he was growing on his farm. And the federal government had a problem with that, so they locked him up. All right, Gerald, no. See, you doing too much. Move. Go sit down on the bed. Yeah, because you moving too much, and I can't. Just sit right there. Okay. All right. So the federal government found out that he was healing people with this food. See, you're not gonna find this on Wikipedia and stuff. You got to look at like people Facebook pages and stuff who was talking about it, because they quieted this. They locked him up for 6 years. He actually get out next year. He get out 2023, right? But he came out with this product called Turmergon. Let me see if I can find specifically if they tell you that it was called Turmergon. Look. I don't have to do all the research for you. You can do it yourself. Sam Girard, he came out with a product called Turmergon. It was healing people, and they didn't like it, so they got rid of his ass. So if you out here thinking, I'm going to just do the right thing, and I'm going to do right by people and do a good cause, you're absolutely wrong. There was a couple guys who found out how to make cars run on water. You know where they at right now? In a goddamn graveyard somewhere, because they're not about to let you do that, because this is a business, the United States, right? The United States is to the United Nations what states are to the United States, right? So all this power that people think the United States have, that's a farce. You know what I'm saying? They are part of a bigger scheme, which is the United Nations, right? Thinking that the United States run themselves is like saying that I live in Baltimore, right? Baltimore is inside Maryland, the state of Maryland. That's like saying Maryland run the United States. That doesn't even make sense. How could Maryland run a group of states of 50, right? So how could the United States run anything when they're part of the United Nations, which is all of them, right? So the United Nations is really, if somebody wanted to go to the head, who they should go to, because they hold committees, they hold World Economic Forums, they hold all of these things where they decide what country's gonna do what, they decide who's gonna war with who, how many people are gonna be killed, they decide what's gonna be, you know what I'm saying? That's where that's done at. It's on a high level. The United States is child's play. You know what I'm saying? The United States is a baby. They're nobody. You know what I'm saying? And compared to United Nations. United Nations is where them, the world conquerors, that's them. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and end that section. All right, so let's go ahead and recap. All right, let's recap part 1, right? Because now we're about to move on to part 2, right? Part 1 was anatomy. We started out in part 1 on anatomy, going over the circulatory system. We learned that the circulatory system is composed of blood fluid that flows through your body, right? Veins send your blood into your heart. Arteries send your blood out of your heart. They do so at a pace that is controlled by something called pacemaker cells, which are located inside your heart. We know that blood is composed of blood cells, which are broken into 3 parts. Those are red blood cells, which control oxygen. Those are white blood cells, which fight against infectious diseases and any kind of foreign anything, like, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter what it is. It fights against foreign things and it turns into pus. And then we know you have platelets, which are responsible for clogging, right? Or stopping up your blood, clogging up your blood, right? We know that we have cell proliferation, which is a natural process in which your body just creates more cells, and it does this at an exponential rate, and it does it for the process of benefiting and being to your advantage. We know that we have programmed cell death, also known as PCD, at which point your body gets rid of the old cells that it made new cells to replace, right? We know that your body has neurons, right, which are electrically excitable cells that sends electricity to each other in order to communicate to the body, to make the body do things, all of these things. We know that your body has these things called neural circuits, which kind of looks like motherboards, where it's just a bunch of neurons, right? And neurons have dendrites and axons, right, which is how it uses, that the axon is like, hey, yo, tell him his leg hurt. And then the dendrite is like, what hurt? The leg, okay. And then it sends out to another one, right? Alright? My apologies, y'all. Alright? Now, then we know that your blood is composed of DNA, which is deoxyribonucleic acid, which is composed of nitrogen, hydrogen, carbon, phosphate, and it has a backbone of ribose, which is basically a simple sugar, right? A simple sugar. That's what we know. And we know that that backbone is composed of what we call nucleotides or nucleosides, and these are guanine, these are adenine, these are thymine and DNA. It's uracil and RNA, right? Remember? And then guanine, cytosine, adenine, thymine, and then uracil and RNA, right? And we know we didn't go into what the functions of all of those are, you know what I'm saying? But I didn't want to go that deep with you. I just went into what it was, all right, so that you can have an idea. Then we know That was the first section. Then we know that we have a mucosa, right? The mucosa is the mucous membrane that covers up all of your body parts, your internal organs, your eyelids, your anus, your penis, your everything on the inside is covered by a mucus gland. We know that your mucus is alkaline. So we know that your mucus needs a high pH in order for it to be thick and viscous enough to prevent bacteria from getting through to your epithelial walls, which are what? Like basically the lining of your throat, the lining of your stomach, the lining that's called epithelial. It's just basically saying the outside of your cells, right? We also talked about the fact that Pepsi comes from pepsinogen, which is a fucking enzyme that's in your stomach and reacting to hydrochloric acid, but we're not going to go into that. Then lastly, we talked about the sun. We know that the sun is emitting 750 terahertz of frequency, right? We know that frequency is what? Vibration, right? So germs vibrate on a low frequency, right? So when you have these short wavelengths, right, they come through and they just disrupt and eradicate anything that's vibrating low, right? So this is what happens to germs and sickness when it's out there in the sun. So we know that the sun is a way to heal yourself. We know that right now there's these things called solar flares, which are shooting at the sun from the corona of the sun, right? Through these things called coronal mass ejections, right? Y'all can look all of this up. Again, I'm telling you all of this really just so that, you know, you can have sort of some breadcrumbs to go on, okay? Because after this lecture, again, we should all be a lot more in tune with a lot, all right? All right, so we just recapped part one. We're going to go ahead and move on to part two, which is food. Let's get into food, boy. Before we get started with this, let me check and see who's on here and just do a quick pause check because I know I lost quite a few people. We had almost 20 at first. We done dropped down. Shout out to you, Big Beezy. Shout out to Big Smith. One love. Prokaryotic Mark. One love to you, family. I Dismiss Ego with the 3. One love to you. Seth Empress, I appreciate you. You've been in here since the beginning. Constantly, Consciously 1. I know you came in a little late, but I appreciate you still in here. Obi-Wan, you came in at the beginning too. I appreciate you. Divine Duality, you've been in here for a minute. I know you DM'd me and told me you was gonna come in here, so I appreciate it. Mission Impossible. I'm on my knees, y'all. I'm on my, you know what I'm saying? It's a little tough for me right now. I mean, it's not tough for me. I mean, I cast spells, but I just want y'all to know I'm putting work in for y'all right now. And then we got Mission Impossible, and then we got Chandra. All right, Mission Impossible. I'm not sure who you are, if I knew you, but one love to you. Okay. All right, let's keep on going. I see 2 people just came in. What's up, The God in Me? And what's up, That Boy Wolf? I don't know if you still in here. I don't think you are, because I think it would have showed you when I just saw. Okay. All right. So now we're about to move into section 2, which is called food. Okay. If y'all don't mind, would y'all mind commenting for me something? Comment a 9. Comment fires. Comment a thumbs up, comment, just something. I just want to see people comment. I just want to make sure everybody's still in here. Make sure y'all still following me. Everything's still good, okay? Either way, I'm gonna still move forward, but I just ask that as a courtesy to y'all, you know, or from y'all, you know, being that I'm doing this, and I really kind of want to make sure that I'm able to. All right, I appreciate you, Chandra. All right. Oh, Chanel, you still in here? You didn't come up on my list of people in here. Maybe you left and came back in. I don't know. But one love to you as well. I'm really, you know, not really surprised, but I'm really glad that you're still in here. All right, because we about to get into food now. All of that was just the build up. I needed to make sure that you know certain things so that when we go into this food, we can dive into it. Now, the first thing I want to do, you said I learned of you in my conscious community, if you want to call it that. Been learning a lot from you since God. I really appreciate that, Mission Impossible. One love to you, family. Oh, she said yes, in and out. All right, that's cool. Yeah, as long as you getting what you get when you come in. All right. So now we're moving on to food. So first of all, let's define food, and this is why I told y'all that it was important that we do that etymology, quick little etymology study that we did in the beginning, where I told y'all about etymology, okay? And I want to reiterate to everybody that if we get dropped off, just come right back in, because I don't know how long they're gonna let me on here, but I'm only halfway through, so I don't know if we're gonna be able to make the whole thing, okay? But the website that I like to use, just to show y'all again. Oh, look, y'all, that's our business poster too. That's our business's page for anybody who cares and want to check it out. It's called Big Dreams Keepsakes, all right? But yes, son.
I go downstairs.
You want to go downstairs?
Go there.
You want to go downstairs?
Go there.
Yeah, but you can't do that because I don't know what mommy's doing right now, okay? Wait till mommy come back and you can go down, okay?
No.
Okay? Goddess! Gerald up, he was just asking for you. I just wanted to make sure everything was good. I didn't want to tell him. Okay. I mean, for him, he can. Oh, no, that's good. He just kept on saying, I want to go downstairs. He wanted you. Okay. Oh my goodness, that chicken sauce so good. We can't do that. No. I'm in the middle of a food health lecture and it's, you know what I'm saying? I'm in the middle of a food health lecture and the people in my house is eating chicken. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm in a situation. Let me take a brief second for a second. This is an intermission between part 2, okay? Because we're about to get into part 2. I live, unfortunately, let me not say unfortunately because I think I was put here for a purpose, but I live with some people that have not fixed their diet and actually are suffering from health issues, which just really sucks because I have to sit and watch them go through it because I know it's because of what they put in their body. He said, puts middle finger up. Don't be surprised I'm still here. I love Chanel. Always did, Chanel. Always did since high school. Me and her went to high school together. It's been a long time, all right? So look, let's go. So look, let's get back to the lecture. So Adam Online, right? Which is what I use, right? Let's see what food is. Because if y'all look, now y'all remember what I told y'all about the purpose of knowing the etymology of something, right? Because you have to know the roots of where it comes from, right? Now, if you look up the definition, right? And we know that to define something is to what? To define something is to hide it, right? If you're defining something, you're hiding it because you're defining it. You're taking away its finiteness, like its ability to be seen, and to a molecular level. Like you're taking away its ability to be fine, like granulated sugar. You're clumping it together, right? So when you define something, you're hiding it. So when they're hiding food, what are they hiding from you, right? Let's look up what food is. Right? And sometimes you got to kind of know some other things to piece these together, but I'm going to piece together for you. What do they say food is, right? Alright, now look. When you look up food, they say what? Because everybody think they know everything, right? Because I bet you if you ask our people what food is, they're going to say, of course I know what food is. It's chicken. Look. Alright, so in Middle English. Now remember I told y'all about in the beginning of this lecture, for anybody who caught it, if you didn't catch it, watch it back. I gave you a metaphorical explanation to why you need etymology of them going through a portal and seeing a pig and calling it a pig because it looks like a pig, but all the people who know the pig that they're pointing at don't know what the original pig is. In this case, food is the pig, okay? So what was food to them, right? So in Middle English, food was fode, right? That's what it was called, right? But we want to go back further. You want to go back to what they consider food, right? Now, this is the word I want y'all to see. Fodder, right? But they tell you more specifically in Germanic it was fod. See, in German it was fod, right? Fod, fodon. It actually comes from fodder, right? I'll see if they tell you more specifically because I'm looking for them to tell you. I'm looking for them to use the word fodder. See, in Greek, Latin. Didn't I tell you everything is going to date back to Latin because that's Roman. That's ancient Rome. Okay. So fodder, right? So what is fodder? Let's go to fodder. Let's see what fodder is. What is fodder, right? Hay, straw, or other bulk food for cattle. Ooh. Now, what we can deduce from that is that the idea of food was something that you're giving to a group of beings or things that you are controlling or that you are running, right? They said that it was for the most part cattle, right? So this is how you have to understand that they look at you as cattle, right? This is why they want most of us fat and obese, because if you're fat and obese, then you stay sick. Because if you're overweight, right? Fat is unnatural to the body. You're not supposed to have fat. Like fat is necessary for certain processes, like metabolic processes, so that you can store energy, but it's not something you're just supposed to have hanging around. Like when people think, so you're supposed to be all muscle, bro. You're supposed to be all muscle. You're supposed to be all bones and muscle. There's no fat on you. Like, some people be like, man, I'm trying to thicken up, I'm trying to gain. Why are you trying to do that, bro? That's not normal. See, that's why they told you that it was, because it's messing up your blood vessels. You're not supposed to have fat, and I could go into a lecture and show y'all that, but that's not what it's about, alright? So, I just wanted to show you the etymology of food, right? Now that we know the etymology of food, let's talk about why people eat what they eat, right? Because people will sit here and argue with me all day, and this the hairs on my nose, y'all, because I got my... Y'all know I don't cut nothing on my body because I'm natural, so the nose hairs keep tickling my nose. I don't want y'all to be like, is he doing coke? Oh my gosh, that's why he's talking about this stuff, right? But look, the reason that everybody eats what they eat, all of the people that will sit here and try to challenge me, yes, you are supposed to eat, you're supposed to eat this, you're supposed to eat that. You want to know why? The food pyramid. I'm going to say it 2 more times. The food pyramid. The food pyramid. Everything you eat is because they told you to eat it on a food pyramid. It ain't a person here. And this is why you had to go to school and do what? Be educated. Which means to what? Train. This is why you had to go to school to be trained, right? So when you eat, didn't they tell us all what? A meat, a starch, and a vegetable, right? Right? So let's look at the food pyramid. Oh, they done changed it now. Food pyramid different. Look at this shit. They done added fucking fats, oils, and sweets. Talking about some used sparingly. You see this shit? This is what I'm talking about. Look how they changed this shit. But it used to be a vegetable, a starch, and a meat. Back in like the 90s when I was going to school. Like I don't know what's going on with this, but now they done changed this thing up, okay? But what I want y'all to see, right, is that what's wrong? Everything okay? Okay. Bear with me, y'all. Bear with me. I got fam coming in. Alright, so look. What I want y'all to see is that everything on here kill you. The only thing on here don't kill you is these. And these are GMO. So they done took everything that's nutrients out of it. You know what I'm saying? Most of these, y'all can watch my lecture on human cloning, eugenics, where I went into that and showed you how to he start crying, I'm telling you right now. But look, vegetable, and you know what I'm saying? So I just want y'all to see this, and I'm showing this just so that we can all kind of piece together like why it is that we think we're supposed to eat what we eat. Because you don't have no reason to think you're supposed to eat meat besides this food pyramid. Point blank period. And this is why it was important for you to go to school. You know what I'm saying? And people will argue all day about what school taught them. Well, school said, and let's look at where this food pyramid came from. Where this come from? Published in Sweden. What the hell do Swedish people know about you? Do you know Swedish people do not have the same genetic structure we have? So why the hell are they telling us what we're supposed to eat? Matter of fact, Swedish people are only there because they killed everybody that was there first. And then they renamed it Sweden. We could do lectures all day on this. And then they created this thing called the USDA, right? Now they have the FDA, but the USDA, US Department of Agriculture. And this is who created this thing and called it the Food God Pyramid, right? So this is bullshit. That's what I just want you to know. Erase this shit. You need to get this out of your head. This is why you think you're supposed to eat everything you're supposed to eat. This is why you like, man, he telling me don't eat macaroni. How am I supposed to eat macaroni when it was on the food pyramid? And then they told it to your mother, and they told it to your mother, and they told it to your mother. And then they told your mother to tell your mother, who told your mother, who told you. And you love and respect your mother, so you're not about to not do what your mother say. You know what I'm saying? You're not about to not trust your mother. You trust your mother. You know your mother wouldn't tell you nothing bad, right? But the problem is your mother don't know she was told something bad. And her mother don't know she was told something bad because they actually believe this shit is good for you. Everything on here kill you. Everything on here cause diabetes and give you sickness. So I mean, except again, like I said, the vegetable group, which majority of is inorganic or GMO cloned, and fruits, which also majority of are natural or cloned, okay? And you got to dig a little deeper into botany to understand that, but this is not what that lecture is about. This lecture is not about that, all right? We're talking about foods, all right? So part 2. So far, we're on part 2, okay? Part 2 is food. We are, this part 2 is broken into, just so that y'all know, for y'all that's following, I want y'all to know, part 2 is broken into 5 sections, okay? Section 1 was the food pyramid, which we just dispelled, okay? We just dispelled the food pyramid, okay? We know that majority of these things, and look, let me give y'all an example, right? There was something I jotted down that I wanted to mention to y'all, right? Here's an example of a plant, right? That's bad for you, right? How many people know what aloe vera is? How many people know what aloe vera is? Anybody know what aloe vera is? You can go in 7-Eleven right now and buy an aloe drink that's full of aloe in it, right? Because aloe vera is a fake plant. Aloe vera is actually a cloned plant from an initial plant that they have. But you see, they put this in everything. They put this in lotion, they put it in grease, hair products, they put it in food, all of that. But this causes sickness, and I'm about to show you how. Look at this. And they know this stuff. Y'all remember everything that I'm telling y'all they know. I'm not telling you nothing they don't know. They just don't give a fuck. They don't care. Because you don't care. And you're not smart enough to know. And I'm not saying y'all in particular. I just talked about breatharianism. That's funny who is Leo lying, because I just talked about breatharianism, which is scientifically labeled as anedia, right? I'll cover it again if need be, but I just talked about that. And when you say how do I feel about it, I'm a student of Dr. Sebi, who was a master breatharianist. So I mean that should say enough right there. Look, toxicity. Orally ingested non-decolorized aloe vera leaf extract was listed by the California Office of Environment Health Hazard Assessment among chemicals known to the state to cause cancer. Look at this. You see this? Aloe vera was listed by the California Office of Environment as chemicals known to cause cancer or reproductive toxicity. Now y'all know a lot of what they're doing is trying to do population control. See, this is the agenda behind a lot of this. So what you're going to notice with a lot of things, and we're going to get into that at the end when I do an exposed session and I show y'all, you're going to see that a lot of the things that they put in your food, your deodorants, your everything that you eat, and your soaps, all the stuff you put on you, all of it ties back to reproductive toxicity or something that causes issues with that. But let me ask you this. If they know this, why are they promoting this? Why do you see aloe vera on commercials? Why do you see them trying to get, and look at this, and they put this in medicine. Ingested aloe products may have adverse interactions with germs. Ingested aloe products may have adverse interactions with prescription drugs, such as those used to treat blood clots, diabetes, heart disease, and potassium lowering agents. What happened to? I must have died. Alright, that's fine. Potassium lowering agents such as digoxin. We're not gonna go into that. Look, just know this shit make you sick. All you need to know is that aloe vera. Bear with me, I'm getting my frequency music. If y'all didn't notice, I had frequency music playing in the back since the beginning. I always try to, during my lectures, play frequency music because it helps drown out negative energy. You know, I also saged as well, because you want to make sure you do that, because when we talking about this kind of stuff, you know, it really kind of creates bad energy. It'll attract people, because you got to understand the laws of the universe. You know what I'm saying? Positivity attracts negativity, the laws of attraction, right? So you hear that knocking, you hear that banging, all of the stuff that you hearing. When we get on here and we start speaking like this, negative things are gonna start to come. You might see bots jump in the comments. You might see people starting to do stuff. You might hear my children starting to do stuff because it's just trying to throw us off, because we doing positive shit. And this is what the Matrix is. All right. I don't have to fly out. Tell them jump in the live. You know what I'm saying? I mean, nothing personal. I see somebody said, come to Mount Kenya. I'll fly you out to come speak to the elders. I don't really have interest in that right now. I mean, I love everybody and I want to help everybody, but it's not necessary for me to fly out to speak to the elders when they could jump in here right now, or you could give them the information yourself that I'm giving you. Watch this lecture back. We don't have to do that because I can't come fly out to speak to everybody. You know what I'm saying? And the elders are not the only people who need to be spoken to. So it's really no point in me doing that, but I do appreciate that you offered it, and I got nothing but love for you, Christ the Goyim, okay? But let's keep it moving, right? Because we're talking about we got rid of the food pyramid. Now the next section is going to be dispelling veganism. Dispelling veganism, because everybody seems to think that veganism is healthy. You know, I mean, Christ the Goyim, this is our planet, okay? We are not single to a country. This is our planet. So I don't need to come to where real pyramids are, because this is our planet. We created the planet. Pyramids are something that's lower form. That's not even what we do. That's low level. That was after the fall. I mean, when you're talking about ancient Egyptians, that was after we were already toppled and dropped to that. We're way beyond Egyptians. That's low level, you know what I'm saying, existence. But I don't want to get into all of that, bro. That's a whole nother lecture. Let's not deviate, you know what I mean? Do me a favor and try not to deviate. I don't want to take you as an agent or a bot, Christ the Goyim. I told you when you first came into another live that I have that your name made me question you because you're saying Christ the Goyim. And that was concerning, but you're jumping in here and you're talking about come fly where the real pyramids is, come talk to the elders instead of listening. I'm in the middle of a lecture where I'm talking to people and you coming in saying stuff to throw me off. You know what I'm saying? You're by default being an agent. I don't know if you're trying to, but you need to understand that that's what you're doing. So just take a second and chill and listen, or just leave if you feel like it's too hard for you to do that. You know what I'm saying? All right, but look, so what I was saying was dispelling veganism, right? Now, a lot of people think that veganism is supposed to be good, right? Let's see what veganism is, all right? Because the first thing we want to do is just define it. Y'all hear that? Can y'all still hear me? Let me know y'all can still hear me. All right, peace to you, brother. I appreciate you. Go ahead and dip out. I mean, if you don't get what I said, then I guess it ain't for you anyway. Because if I came in somebody live and was talking and they said what I said to me, I would accept that and be like, okay, I got you. He just want me to listen. Or I would keep the subject matter focused on what we was talking about. I wouldn't be like, whatever, and leave. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's indicative. That's indicative to me that you were what I said you were. But anyway, let's keep moving. So veganism, right? Let me see what veganism is, right? We're gonna define veganism, all right? Because everybody think they know everything, right? Everybody swear up and down that they know everything. Alright? Alright? So let's see what veganism is and what being vegan is, right? Matter of fact, hold on. I don't want to go in that deep because I was going to go into the whole thing, but let's just look up the definition and leave it at that because I ain't trying. Alright, what is a vegan, right? So look, peep this. What is a vegan, right? Alright, vegan. A person who does not eat any food derived from animals and who typically does not use other animal products. Now answer me this, alright? Answer me this. Vegan means that you do not eat any food derived from animals or other animal products. So are we assuming that everything bad for you comes from animals? Are we assuming that as long as you don't eat anything that has to do with animals, then you good? What are we talking about? That doesn't even make sense. Majority of the things that kill you don't come from animals. Not to say that meat doesn't kill you too, but majority of it doesn't come from animals. It comes from a lab, which is where they make your food through a process called polymerization. Okay? So the whole idea that, if I eat vegan, I'm good is silly. Like, it doesn't even make sense. When I say it's silly, I mean from a scientific perspective. This is why a scientist will look at society and be like, these people are so stupid. Because it doesn't mean that you're healthy because you're eating vegan. Like, that doesn't make any sense. And here's the thing that we have to do for the people who like, well, no, that's not true. Okay, let me show you that. Because everybody want to, you know what I'm saying, swear up and down. Now, first thing I want to do is explain to you the difference between organic and inorganic, right? Because you have organic and inorganic, and then you have natural and unnatural, right? She said, what vegan assumes that it's not all about meat? Chanel, what I would say to you is have conversations with some people that are vegan and ask them if they think that them being vegan is healthy and see what they say, right? Have conversations with people who are vegan and ask them if they think that because they are eating vegan that they're not going to get sick or they're not going to get diseases, and see what they say. And I guarantee you they're going to tell you that they believe that they're good because they're eating vegan. But eating vegan is not healthy. It's not. And most of them think that. So I'm just responding because you said what vegan assumes that. I've literally had this argument with several vegans, so it's just crazy to hear you say what vegan assumes that. The ones that be arguing with me. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's. But anyway, let's keep it moving because I'm dispelling this whole veganism thing, right? Because all vegan means is, listen, let's go into it, right? So the first thing you need to understand, because you have to understand science, right? If you don't understand science, then you're not going to understand anything. about what I'm saying. So there's organic and there's inorganic, right? A lot of people see organic and inorganic and they think they know what it is, but they're not quite sure. We're about to find out what that is because I don't allow us to not know things. So let's go. All right. Now I'm gonna tell y'all what it is, but I'm gonna show you as well so people don't think that. You said, what's the difference between vegan and vegetarian? Let me step back for you. That's my brother in here, MD Ready. I got a lot of love for MD Ready and the fact that he even came in here. So I'm gonna step back for him, y'all, alright? Because I went into this. And MD Ready, I covered a lot of things before this, and I really wish that you was in here. Try to watch it back if you get a chance. But listen, vegan, right? Vegan is a person who does not eat any food derived from animals and who typically does not use animal products, right? So all vegan means is that you don't eat anything that comes from an animal. That's why they don't eat dairy, because dairy comes from an animal. And that you don't use animal products. It's just basically a way to say, oh, I love animals, I don't want to hurt the animals. But it has nothing to do with health, and it has nothing to do with keeping yourself healthy. Eating vegan is going to have nothing to do with keeping you healthy. And I'm about to show you. I'm going to dispel that for you. But the first thing, again, I can't teach something if you don't understand the science behind it. This is what I've been showing the whole time. So the first thing we need to understand is the difference between organic and inorganic, right? Is one thing, a carbon atom, right? And a lot of people don't even know what a carbon atom is. But I'm not going to take it too deep because I don't want to lose nobody. But just understand, right? Look, you have inorganic compounds and you have organic compounds, right? In chemistry, right? In chemistry, organic compounds are generally any chemical compounds that contain carbon-hydrogen bonds, right? So they're basically just telling you that the food is organic because it contains carbon, right? Carbon is the building block of life. I would have to do a whole lecture to explain to you what carbon is, but just know that everything has carbon. This is carbon, not melanin. And I could break that down for you in about 10 seconds to explain to you how, not 10 seconds, about 10 minutes how we don't have that, but this is not what this lecture is about. That's just what BET and all your celebrities who in on it and all of the TV and stuff tell you have. We have carbon. The reason I want you to know that is because carbon is the building block of life, and all natural things have carbon. Everybody don't have it though. But all natural things have carbon. And only scientists really know about that because they got melanin out there. So everybody think about that. But anyway, look, let's keep it moving. So when you have carbon in something, right? Carbon means that it's organic, but it does not mean that it's natural. Again, I talked to y'all about the process called what? Polymerization, right? And we're going to go into that in a minute. Listen, MD Ready, I know you just came in here. I hope that you can stay in here for a couple minutes. If you even stay in here for like the next 15-20 minutes, I'm about to go over some really good stuff. And before this, I went over some really good stuff that I wish you would have caught. But it's okay. It's okay because you can watch it back if not. Now, just know that carbon is necessary for things. You said all matter has carbon. Exactly, Big Beezy. You know, I know Big Beezy already tapped in, you know. Now, inorganic compounds are just compounds that don't have carbon. That's all. But you can take carbon and throw it into anything. They can feed you a piece of shit if they can link it to carbon and call it organic. See, and this is why you have to not be fooled. See, a lot of people are like, oh, it's organic, so it's good. That is untrue. Just because something is organic, he said, I got a few minutes, but I'm still going to check back. Yeah, no problem, family. You can eat anything as long as they can link carbon into it, then they can call it organic, right? So just because something is organic does not mean that it's good for you, right? What you really want to understand is the difference between natural and unnatural, right? Like for instance, aloe vera, which we just went through. And I'm going to show you this, MD Ready, right? Because you missed it, but I want to show you this, right? Because aloe vera, this is one of the few things that I'm going to show you, right? That's unnatural. Because they put this in everything. They put this in food. They promote it to you. There's a 7-Eleven drink you can buy that has aloe, right? But aloe is a created species. I just did a lecture. Yeah, damn, put carbon into shit. That is savage. Yeah, I just did a lecture on eugenics and explained cloning and how they've cloned most things. But look at this. Orally ingested non-decolorized aloe vera leaf extract was listed by California Office of Environment as what? Causing cancer or reproductive toxicity, right? Let's see who said that. Click on, see that 55? For all of my people who like, you can't use Wikipedia, because that's what school teaches you, right? School teaches you not to use Wikipedia because school is to what? Educate you. And we just went over in the beginning that educate from an etymological standpoint means what? To train, right? Educate means to train the mind, not to teach. It has nothing to do with learning, right? So in school, they taught you to not use, or they train you to not use Wikipedia because Wikipedia will teach you too much. Now here's the source for this. The source for this is chemicals listed effective December. So as of December 4th, 2015, they listed aloe vera as causing cancer. Now, why is it still in everything? You know how many products I can show you that people use right now that got aloe vera? If you go to your doctor and you got cancer, you think they're going to ask you if you use aloe vera? This is why I'm telling you, you have to stop depending on doctors. Their job ain't to save you. What are you talking about? That's conflict of interest. That's like saying the police job is to prevent crime. Are you out of your mind? That's a conflict of interest. They would never want to stop crime, but they won't have a job. You know what I'm saying? This is why money need to go, because money is about breaking integrity and people doing the right thing. You know what I'm saying? Because they just want their big house and their nice car, man. They not worried about you. Trust me, okay? No doctor is worried about you. That's why it's more important that you be in here learning about your body than anything. It's crazy that if I give you a can of soda and tell you put it in your car, you're going to tell me I'm crazy because you care about your car and you don't want that to hurt your car. But if I give you a can of soda and tell you to drink it, you're going to put that in your body and not even care what it do to you. You know what I'm saying? We already talked about pepsinogen and that enzyme in your gastrointestinal area and why they named Pepsi because of hydrochloric acid. You know what I'm saying? We covered all of this. Look, we scientists in here, baby. We not playing no games. We not playing no games up in here. We not playing no games up in here. Alright? Now, we still dispelling veganism, right? Now let me show y'all a couple products. I'm gonna just show y'all about 2 or 3 products and then we gonna move on. Alright? Because I want y'all to see, you know what I'm saying? I want y'all to see this, right? So y'all can do this with me too, or y'all can do it on your own. I'm really showing you how to be a scientist on your own. Instead of going to other people and asking them. Don't ask nobody nothing. There's nothing you shouldn't know yourself. Alright, so let's look up vegan mac and cheese, right? Annie's vegan mac and cheese, right? Get this shit off my screen. Ew, that shit look like death. You don't ever want to eat that shit. You don't ever want to eat no dairy. You asking to go to the doctor and get cancer, you eat that. But I just want to show y'all, hold on, ingredients, right? I already know what's in here and I already looked this up. I already know, but I'm trying to show y'all, if they show you the, hold on. Oh, you know what? I know how to find it. Vegan mac and cheese, Target, right? Because Target shows you. Alright, so look, let's go here. Target shows you, right? Oh yeah, vegan cheese is sus. I'm about to explain to you. I'm about to show you how vegan mac and cheese kill you. All vegan stuff kill you. I mean, everything kill you, bro. Everything kill you. And I can show it to you scientifically. You know what I'm saying? This is why I'm saying you have to know how to take care of your body so that way nothing will ever get to you. You know what I'm saying? You never want to have any fat in your body. You never want to have those things. Hold on. My thing is taking a long time to load. Alright, so look. Hold on. This is taking a while to load, but let me let y'all know this. Vegan mac and cheese has something in it called silicon dioxide, okay? I can't, listen, it's not pulling up for me, but I need y'all to kind of, see, it's taking all day. Why are they doing this? Come on, bro. See how they playing games? Trying to take all day to pull this up? I pull this up all the time on my own. You know what I'm saying? I got people who don't have time to stay in here and learn this information, so I gotta hurry up and try to give y'all as much as I can to help y'all save y'all families and things and change the way you think about life as quickly as I can. You know what I'm saying? Some people come in for 30 seconds and they're like, bro, I gotta go. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, come on, hurry up. Change it. See, when you go to Target, you can see label info. This is why I'm showing y'all this, because I don't want nobody to think that I'm lying when I say it has silicon dioxide. And I'm going to tell you the reason they put silicon dioxide in it is because silicon dioxide is made up of atoms that stick things together. So when you do that, you can cause it to clump. So they normally put it in things that mix together. But let me show you that it's in there. See? Silicon dioxide, right? Alright, silicon dioxide, as well as many other things. Cornstarch, all of this is bad for you. Most of these are bad for you. But let's just focus on this, right? Alright, so this is how you be a scientist, right? Alright? This is how you do this, right? What? And scientist means the study of, right? Scientists mean the study of. So don't think, oh, when I say I'm a scientist, you're not a scientist because you didn't go to school and they didn't give you a piece of paper that they signed that say you're a scientist. No, you don't have to have some person sign a paper and say you are. A scientist is one who studies, right? One who studies the art of, right? So what are the negative effects? Y'all can see what I be searching, right? Negative effects of silicon dioxide on the human body, right? And you can fill in silicone with anything you want and you'll see that it's killing you. Ain't no such thing as organic pasta. Pasta is made through polymerization. Pasta is plastic. Pasta ain't no real thing. Just understand that, and I can show you that too, but we ain't gonna get into that right now. Alright, so hold on. Yeah, and silicon dioxide does exist naturally because it's actually citrine. Anybody who's familiar with gems, you ever heard of citrine? I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you in a second. I'm gonna show you in a second. Hold on. Hold on. Why are they not showing you? Hold on. Look, see? Oh no. Hold on, cause they bluffing. Hold on, cause you gotta go to different things. Alright, look. You might encounter some experts saying that silicon dioxide can cause cancer. While this is true, that only occurs when you breathe. Listen, no, that's bullshit. See, listen. They bullshitting you. They is bullshitting you, yo. Silicon dioxide gives you cancer. It gives you dizziness. It gives you weakness. And the reason being is because it drains your blood. Remember what I was telling you? Alright, so look. Silicon dioxide causes something called oxidation, right? You know your red blood cells do what? Because y'all know this class right from the beginning, right? We know that blood is composed of what? 3 types of cells: red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets, right? Platelets are for clogging. White blood cells are for fighting off foreign, infectious diseases. And red blood cells, what? Are for carrying oxygen, right? So if your red blood cells are drained of water, which is what this does, it causes dizziness because the blood can't get to your brain fast enough. So what it's doing is it's dehydrating your blood. That's what silicon dioxide does. And let me show you what you're eating, right? You're eating a citrine crystal, right? How many people know what crystals are? People know what crystals are, right? Like gems and everything. Look, let me show you how to type this in. What is the chemical? Alright, this is what I do all day, y'all. I don't work because I gotta do this. I have time. I can't go to work because I gotta do this. And if I don't do this, I won't know anything to teach my children. And that's not to say that everybody else can. Everybody's life is different. But this is why I'm showing y'all this, because some people don't have time to look stuff up. Okay? And you don't have time to think on this level because you're too busy with busyness. I could show you the etymology of busyness and why they created that too, so that you never learn this. But look, what is the chemical makeup of citrine? Okay? This is what I do all day. Alright? What is the chemical makeup of citrine? Let's see if they tell you. It should be Si2. You see that? SiO2, right? Citrine. How many people know what a citrine is? Let me see if they show you citrine. This is citrine. If y'all ever seen the movie World War II, what was that movie, Goddess? Wonder Woman. If y'all ever seen Wonder Woman, the second one, if you ever seen the second one, this is the citrine that they was talking about. I actually have one. And I just lost it before this lecture, which I'm not even going to go back to because it pissed me off. But listen, a citrine is made up out of what? SiO2. And SiO2 is what? Silicon dioxide, right? Let me show y'all that too for those who might think I'm making that up or something. Hold on, y'all. Bear with me. I'm going to show y'all. Because I can't have nobody watching this back talking about, oh, he ain't know where he was just saying that. Let's see if I think they tell you on, here, hold on. Citrine, right? Citrine quartz. Come on, just show us what the atom made out of, bro. They're not showing you. Listen, just know that SiO2 is silicon dioxide, okay? That's what SiO2 is. SiO2 is silicon dioxide. You can look it up for yourself, but they're basically feeding you. Oh, look, okay, look, here it is. They did show it right here. It says, quartz is a hard crystalline mineral composed of silicon dioxide, right? The atoms are linked in a continuous framework of SiO4, silicon oxygen. Now, didn't I tell you through polymerization they can make you eat anything? They can make you eat rocks, and you'll think it tastes so good, because it's rocks. You know why? Because there's certain chemicals that they can put together that create a reaction in your body, right? How many people know what serotonin is? Let's go into something. Listen, I'm getting sidetracked. I wasn't even supposed to be talking about this, but I just want people to know what's going on. Who knows what serotonin is, right? Serotonin influences your neurons to produce happiness, right? Now, serotonin, what's the chemical makeup of serotonin? How many people know what the chemical makeup of serotonin is? I know what it is. I'm just asking. All right, let me show you what it is. All right, it's chino. All right, it's chino. All right, that's how I remember it, by saying it like that. All right, what? All right, I'm gonna just change this to chemical makeup of Sarah, bear with me, y'all, okay? I know, like, it might be like, come on, bruh. But I want to show y'all something, okay? I want to show y'all how they can make you eat anything. And this is why people think eating meat is good for them, and they think eating meat is good. Look, what I tell you, should know, that's how I remember it. Carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen. If you can put those together, right? If you can link those together, that is going to form a metabolic reaction in your brain that's going to produce serotonin. And what does serotonin do? It has a role in the human metabolic. You can look up what. Let's look up what it is. Hold on. Let me look it up. Let me show y'all, because I don't want nobody to think I'm making shit up if you don't know what serotonin is. Serotonin, right? Its biological function is complex and multifaceted, modulating mood, condition, reward, learning, right? Memory, numerous physiological processes. Just know serotonin make you happy. That's what you need to know, okay? So when you eat and you go, you know what that is? That's not that the food good. That's that your brain is registering carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen all at one time in a specific atomic fashion, right? These things right here, see, we going to another level of science that I ain't gonna get into with y'all right now. These are called heterocyclic bonds, right? They put them in a certain way, and every way, this is deep, y'all gotta understand, man. They've been planning this shit all forever, okay? The way this is set up, your brain processes it in a certain way that makes you think certain things. This is what dope does. Y'all know what dopamine is, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody know what dopamine is, especially if you black, because they got our families hooked on that because they realized we was doing too good and they wanted to fuck us up in the head, so they created dope, right? Which just produces dopamine in your brain. Matter of fact, I don't want to just be saying stuff because a lot of times it may be concluded that I'm just making shit up. Hold on. Alright, so your body produces something called dopamine, right? Dopamine plays several important roles in cells. It is an organic chemical of the catecholamine phenylalanine families, right? And this is talking about neuromelanin. This is neuromelanin. This is what neuromelanin comes from, y'all. All right? And this is the listen. This is the lecture that I did on melanin where I explained to y'all we don't have that. This is neuromelanin. We're not gonna get into all of that though. But dopamine is how your body it plays on your neurons, and we already talked about the neurons, didn't we? We know what neurons do. So you notice how people who take, people who want dope, they always and all of that. That's because they nerve cells are constantly being electrically excited. Because what are neurons? We know neurons are what? Electrically excitable cells, right? So when somebody has dope or their body is producing dopamine, it's constantly sending electrical impulses to their nerve cells constantly, right? That's where dopamine comes from. They can put that in your food. Pretty easily. All they got to do is figure out we can look it up. Look at this. We could look up I ain't gonna look, I'm getting sidetracked. That's not what it's about. But we could look up the chemical makeup of dopamine, and then if we were scientists, mad scientists, all we would have to do is do a process called polymerization, right? Which I'm gonna show y'all. I'm actually about to show y'all that next, polymerization, because we about to talk about meat. This is for all my meat eaters. I need y'all to show this part to all of my meat eaters. All of the people who wanna claim, oh, we gotta eat meat, oh, we need meat. Yeah, okay. Well, that's for y'all, okay? Cause y'all body's fucked up. I'm letting y'all know. If you're not doing the right things to cleanse that out, your body's fucked up. You got all kind of worms and all kind of, Now listen, I covered vegan mac and cheese, and I showed y'all that it has silicone dioxide. Because I wanna try to preserve as much time as I can, I'm gonna just tell y'all some of the things, okay? Plant-based meat has starch. Starch destroys your body. Starch is a polysaccharide, which we're gonna go into when we talk about meat. Okay? It also has soy. Soy destroys your body. You want to stay away from soy, right? Vegan butter has soy, and so does vegan eggs. Okay? Vegan egg has soy. It has salt. It has sugar. It has something called gellan gum, right? Gellan gum, and a lot of people eat those eggs. They call just eggs, right? Y'all ever heard of just eggs? JUST eggs? A lot of people eat those and they think, yeah, I'm eating vegan, so I'm eating healthy. Just eggs have something called gellan gum, which cause all kind of fucked up shit for you, okay? So yeah, alright, so let's keep it moving. So we're gonna end section 2. Section 2 was dispelling veganism. So we just went ahead and proved and shown y'all that just because you eat vegan does not mean you're eating healthy, boo-boo. Eating vegan has absolutely nothing to do with eating healthy. We just showed that. We dispelled that, okay? All that means is the poison of your choice does not come from animals. It comes from a lab, but it does not mean that you're eating healthy. So we want to dispel that. All right, let's move on to meat eating. So we are on part 2, food, section 3, meat eating. Right. So here's the first thing we got to break down when it comes to this meat eating thing that everybody always want to claim that they need meat for. Right. What's the reason that people tell you they need meat? And this is the reason why you had to go to school, because we just went over this in the last section, right? What food was, right? Everybody who eats food only eat it because of one thing, and that is the food pyramid, which was created by the USDA, the FDA, the Department of Agriculture, right? And they put it into the school curriculums back in the 70s, right? So that restructured your brain of what you're supposed to eat. So they told you to eat that. That's the only reason you eat that. And everybody that'll sit here and challenge me, no, I can eat my soul food, my greens, and my macaroni and cheese, and all of these people, they only eat that because of the food pyramid. And the food pyramid lied to you, boo-boo. It did. We gotta break these habits. We can't keep living in the past. We not kids. You know what I'm saying? We not 5. We gotta grow up, okay? Stop believing in Santa Claus. Stop believing in the Easter Bunny, okay? We have to get over that, okay? That is not a real thing. The tooth fairy is not real, and neither is the food pyramid, okay? Get over it. Stop crying, all right? Now, when it comes to eating meat, what's the first thing they say? Protein. I gotta eat my protein. Protein. Let's talk about protein. Because 90% of people who say, I gotta eat protein in my meat, they don't know what protein is. They don't know what protein is. I can tell you they don't know what protein is because they eat meat. And if you knew what protein was, you wouldn't eat meat. The hell? You know what I'm saying? So let's go. Let's get into it. Alright? So, what is protein? Let's go. Also referred to as polypeptides. Y'all remember when we was talking about the stomach and how the proenzyme pepsinogen breaks down polypeptides? Proteins are like a version of polypeptides. They actually use them interchangeably sometimes, but proteins are like larger. But let's keep going. Okay. Proteins are large biomolecules and macromolecules that comprise one or more long chains of amino acid residues, right? Now, amino acids. Now, you never want to let these words pass you. Make sure you know what these are. I know what these are, but I want to make sure y'all know. And if anybody has any questions, again, do not allow me to go past without you asking questions or you wasting my and your energy, okay? Because I'm not showing you this because I want you to know I know it. I'm showing you this because I want you to know it. In and out, okay? Now, amino acids, right? What are amino acids? Let's see. These come from these things called aminas, right? I'm not going to dig too deep in this, but aminas, AMINES, is where amino acids come from. Just know, there's just something I need y'all to know. Amino acids are organic compounds that contain both amino and carboxylic acid functional groups, right? Now, what's amino, right? Because you got to know this shit, okay? In chemistry, aminos are compounds and functional groups that contain a basic nitrogen atom with a lone pair, okay? Let's see if they show you a picture of it just so you can understand. So you can understand what it looks like, okay? It's nitrogen and hydrogen. That's what they do. See, look, okay, like ammonia, right? Right? So basically, they bond a nitrogen atom with hydrogen. That's called an amino, right? So when you're talking about an amino acid, you're talking about something that's derived from ammonia, right? I want y'all to see this because everybody always talking about this damn protein. I need y'all to understand. You're talking about aminos, which form amino acids that are derived from ammonia, right? And you can look into what ammonia is. Now look, wherein one or more hydrogen atoms have been replaced by a substituent, such as alkyl or aryl, right? Now there are natural proteins, so don't get it twisted. I'm not saying that there's no such thing as a natural protein, but I'm letting you know that the ones you eat are not, and I'm about to show you. Alright, let's keep going. Let's go back though. Let's go back to protein. Alright, now amino acid residues. So what they telling you is when the processes take place in your body, there's these processes called metabolic processes that take place, like cell respiration, things like that. When they are processing these things, the foods, they leave residues. That's what protein are, okay? Proteins form a vast array. There's something I'm getting to. Proteins form a vast array of functions within organisms, including catalyzing metabolic reactions, right? Now, remember, I just told y'all, that's when they say metabolic rate. So catalyzing, because we can't get lost in these words. Catalyzing means to instigate or to help, right? So when they say catalyzing, they mean like enzymes. They help this function take place. When they say metabolic reactions, they're basically talking about your blood processing the genomes, right? See, the genes, right? Because I'm about to get there. Just know, just follow, because it'll make sense as we go through, including catalyzing metabolic reactions, DNA replication, responding to stimuli, providing structure to cells and organisms, and transporting molecules from one location to another. Proteins differ from one another primarily in their sequence of amino acids, which is dictated by the nucleotide sequence. Y'all remember? This is why I taught y'all what DNA was. Y'all remember what nucleotides was? Right? When we say nucleotide sequence, right, we getting deep here. Okay? Because when you say nucleotide sequence, this is what you call genomics. This is what you call splicing. This is what you call creating fake things. Nucleotide sequence of their genes, and which usually results in protein folding, right? So what you want to know about this, right? When they say nucleotide sequence, right, they're talking about, let's see if they show you. They're talking about what order the DNA and RNA is in, right? Remember those things that I told y'all are the backbone of it, guanine, cytosine? See? Now, alright, see, GUAC, this is RNA. That's why you don't see the T. Y'all remember, right? Guanine, adenine, cytosine, uracil. But it's thymine when you're talking about DNA. Are y'all following me? Come on now. Y'all follow me? Alright? So the reason that they're only showing you these ones and they're showing you uracil is because the process that they're talking about actually takes place in RNA. Okay? And this process is actually called RNA polymerase. Okay? It's called RNA polymerase. Let me show it to you. Alright? Y'all following me? RNA. I need y'all to take notes on this, or like not take notes, but just like know this stuff. Like, you know what I'm saying? Be able to reference it if anybody come with you some bullshit. Okay? What is RNA polymerase? Let me show you. Now notice, y'all want to pay attention to these words. RNA just means ribonucleic acid. This is like what your body stores and sends out. So like when you have, there's a process called spermatogenesis, right? When your sperm is taking all of your traits and everything. RNA is what sends that there, right? Same thing. This is how you pass down genes and things like that, right? Poly means many. Polymerase, right? They're talking about erasing polymers, right? This is what they're basically talking about, synthesizing polymers, right? But let's see what it means. In molecular biology, right? RNA polymerase, or more specifically DNA-directed dependent RNA polymerase, is an enzyme that synthesizes RNA from a DNA template, right? Now, when they say synthesizes RNA from a DNA template, here's what you got to understand, because this is kind of tough for me to like explain, showing you that. Okay, so when they say synthesizes RNA are instructions to your body on how to live. Your body is constantly throughout the day learning how it's supposed to act based on what you eat, what you see, how you act, what you do. Everything all day is constantly redoing this process, right? So when you eat something, right, protein, right, from meat, didn't we just see that meat? All right, one love to you, Mama Nunika. I appreciate you for coming in, and one love to you for telling me that you're leaving out too. I appreciate that respectfully, okay? Now, when you're eating protein, did we not just see that protein has genetic instructions in it, right? Genetic codes. Now, the meat that you're eating, what do they do to those animals before they give them to you? They slaughter them, right? You think they slaughter them just because? You don't think that there's a humane way that they could do that? You know, you gotta really understand something, okay? Stop thinking, you know what I'm saying? Our planet was invaded, bro. Like y'all really gotta understand what's happening here, okay? They're doing that because there's adrenal glands. There's these things called adrenal glands. Again, I gotta show y'all so it don't look like I'm just bullshitting you, okay? There's these things called adrenal glands, okay? Not adrenochrome. Adrenochrome is a compound produced through adrenal glands, okay? But I want to show you. This is an endocrine gland. Produce a variety of hormones, right? Right? Now, this is why your kids are so big. This is why your kids are so big. You know how we be saying, we be knowing this stuff. We just don't be having no proof of it. But you know how you say, damn, man, what they putting in the food? These kids big as shit. This is why. because the adrenal glands of these animals are sending out adrenochrome in their blood, right? Androgens, like we ain't even gonna go into it. Steroids, right? Hormones, right? These are all in the blood that you're eating of these animals. Just because you cook it don't make that go away. You still eating the blood. It's in the meat. It's in the cells. I mean, the cells are dead, but they in there. And once you get the cells, right, your body, now we got to go back, right, because I just want to show you that. Now, let's go back. Once you eat it, your body processes that, and it synthesizes RNA from the DNA template given to you from the meat. You follow what I'm saying? If y'all follow what I'm saying? I could explain it a lot deeper, but just understand that, you know, I'm trying to figure out if there's a way that they tell you a little bit easier. See, transcription. This is the process that takes place when it's transcribing. Transcription is the process of copying a segment of DNA into RNA. The segments of DNA transcribed into RNA molecules that encode proteins, right, are said to produce messenger RNA, right? mRNA. There's tons of different RNAs. There's ncRNA, there's tRNA, there's a bunch of different types of RNA. There's rRNA, but these, you know, send information from genomes, right? And as we know, let's go back, all right? Let's go back to protein, right? Now protein has what? Genes. It has genetic coding in it. Let me see if they show you. See, look, genetic code, right? Let's see if we can read through. A linear chain of amino acid residues is called a polypeptide, right? So this is why protein and polypeptide are used like interchangeably sometimes, because a chain of amino acids that's in a straight line are called polypeptides, okay? But just understand that protein has genetic codes in it. So if you're eating meat, you are eating the genetic code. This is why when people eat meat, they're so fearful. Like, people are so afraid. Like, those people, they don't want to, you know, I want to get sick. Oh my God, I'm scared. Oh, what do I do? They don't question anything. They don't challenge anything. They're very submissive. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm not saying that like that with you. I'm not saying if you step on their shoe, they're not going to slap you, or you disrespect their child, they're not going to fight back. That's not what I mean. I mean, they are docile as it relates to being governed. Right? And this is why they do that. It's very easy to govern somebody who won't, first of all, I got the wrong part down here, y'all. My apologies. Let me fix this. I still got part 1 anatomy down there. Let's change that for anybody that come in. Part 2, food. Okay? Matter of fact, I'm gonna put in parentheses, father. Okay? Who's still in here with me? One love to everybody who's still in here with me. Alright? I see y'all, and I appreciate y'all. I hope y'all, you know, able to digest this information and send it out, okay? I mean, not send it out, but, you know, share it with people, alright? But like I said, so this is just one of many reasons why you shouldn't eat meat, okay? Have you talked about the hypothalamus gland? No, I'm not going to touch the hypothalamus gland. I mean, I could, but I didn't see the reason to necessarily in this lecture, but that is something that would be great to talk about. But we're not going to do that right now. I mean, if you want to, at the end, we'll touch on that. If you want to tie it in specifically to what we're talking about. But for now, I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? Big Beezy, you tapped in, so you got a lot of insight. And you know, you got to understand, some people don't know nothing. Like, you know what I'm saying? They just like, what? So, you know, talk about the hypothalamus. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it is actually kind of relevant. But let's not do that right this second. I love you, Big Beezy. I appreciate you though, bro. You really, yes, man. So look. So we also want to talk about the fact that meat is acidic, right? Meat is very acidic. You can Google what the pH level of meat is. Matter of fact, let's do this, because I don't want to. I mean, I be trying to tell y'all do this and that, but I don't know if y'all gonna do it. So I'm gonna just do it here. And for the people who like, he don't know what he talking about, okay. Now y'all know what pH means, and y'all know the importance of pH, because we went over this for your mucus, which is the only protection you have between yourself, your throat, and all of that, right? So what is the pH level? Let's see. What is the pH level of meat? We probably should have said pork or chicken or something. All right. 5.4? That seemed too high for me. I don't even think it's that high. I mean, you really don't want nothing that's lower than like an 8 or higher, but that's still, nah, that's bullshit. I don't believe that, bro. 5.4, nah, bro. I've seen meat be as low as 2 and 3. I don't know why they saying it's that high, but that's still super low. But I've seen meat as low as 2 and 3. You know what I'm saying? 5. You know what I'm saying? Just listen. Just know that it's acidic. Okay. Just know that it's acidic. I'm trying to see if there's a source that's keeping it real, because sometimes they're not gonna really keep it real because people starting to catch on to this. See, 5.7. Just know that that's not good. Okay, that's not good. You don't want to eat nothing that has a pH level less than like 8. You know what I'm saying? Even 7 is like, but you don't want nothing that low, because it's going to tear apart your atoms. It's going to tear apart your cells. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's going to form a coat around your blood that prevents things from getting through it. So we know that blood cells need water, right? We know that because they're made up of what? Blood is made up of 55% blood plasma, which is made up of 95% water. So if you have acid surrounding your blood cells, it's not going to be able to process. There's metabolic processes that take place. That's what you got to understand. So let's look at what metabolic waste is. Let's do that. All right. Let me show y'all. Something. Let me show you why people get diabetes. All right, and why meat causes it. Right. This is meat causes it, as well as dairy, especially dairy and sugars. Complex sugars. We haven't got there yet either. Although I should go ahead and bring that up too. Yeah, I should go ahead and bring that up. But hold on. But look. All right. So look. So what is metabolic waste, right? Metabolic waste, or excrements, are substances left over from metabolic processes such as cellular respiration. I talked about that, but I don't think I told y'all. Cellular respiration is the process by which biological fuels are oxidized in the presence of an inorganic electron acceptor, such as oxygen, to produce large amounts of energy, ATP. This is your DNA. ATP means adenosine triphosphate. They're just saying that basically they're just listen. They're in a complex manner explaining to you the way that your body makes energy, okay? All it does is it basically sends information to your DNA, which is adenosine or adenine, and then that converts it to energy. That's all. And then the energy goes out, all right? We don't need to go into all of that. Look, which cannot be used by the organism, right? So basically, it's going to leave toxins. Now, for those who don't know, the difference between poison and toxins, right, is that toxins, it's just the administration, right? So when you have, let me turn it on me while I do this. So when you have a toxin, means something that comes from a metabolic process inside your body. Poison means something that is given to you, right? So poison would have to be injected or eaten or, taken or something. Toxins are poisons, but they result from metabolic processes. That's what you want to understand. So the real take for this is just to know that toxins are excreted, right? And these include nitrogen compounds, right? Which is what? Proteins, right? Proteins is what? Amino acids, right? And amino acids are derived from what? Aminas, right? And aminas are what? Nitrogen atoms, right? And what do they put in soil? Nitrogen, right? Right? You see? What's up, guys? She's silly as hell. Okay, I appreciate you, guys. Please throw that away. I don't know if you were gonna try to wash it. Alright, I guess wash it out. That's fine. Alright, so CO2, this is what you breathe. Look, let me show y'all this. Now, how many people remember them saying that you're not supposed to wear a mask because you can breathe in your own breath and it'll hurt you, right? This is what they're talking about. When you breathe in air, metabolic waste are... Okay. Listen. Metabolic waste come from every form of absorption of foreign atoms, right? So when you breathe in air, yes, nitrogen is what they put in. Nitrogen is what they put in soil. They put nitrogen in all the soil. They spray it. This is what chemtrails are. They spray it. So that's why I'm saying all of the soil is already tainted. You know what I'm saying? This is why you have to know, because you're going to get sick if you don't take care of your body, because it's already set up for you to. There is really no food. I don't care if you're getting apples, oranges. Oranges are not even natural. They created oranges. Oranges are genetically modified mandarins. Oranges are not real fruits. But look, that's not the point. What I'm just showing y'all is that when you breathe something in, the metabolic waste that come from the air, because we're not supposed to breathe oxygen. We actually breathe hydrogen. There was a process that took place hundreds of years ago that they're saying they don't know how happened, called the oxidation event, where, oxygen got put into the air or whatever. Our planet was invaded, alright? I'm gonna just leave that at that, because that's a whole nother story. But when we breathe in oxygen, it kills us, and it leaves metabolic waste afterwards, right? And that metabolic waste comes out in something called CO2, right? Which is carbon and oxygen. Carbon dioxide, right? Carbon dioxide is a chemical compound made up of molecules that each have one carbon atom covalently double bonded to two oxygen atoms. It is found in a gas state at room temperature, right? In the air, carbon dioxide is transparent to visible light. So just know that basically, this is why oxygen is in the air. I mean, look, when you understand that your best interest is not at heart, then it makes a lot more sense as to why things are the way they are. Because oxygen kills us. If we breathed hydrogen, nothing would happen. Hydrogen is actually very helpful for you. It's a non-toxic gas. Oxygen is toxic. It really is. I mean, oxygen is toxic, especially to your blood. You know what I'm saying? It's the reason that we die. I mean, it starts to kill you off. Like once the time, you know what I'm saying? This is why your body has to constantly recreate new cells when it does these processes called cellular respiration. And, then that leads to cell proliferation. But like I said, just know that metabolic waste is going to result in lots of things that are going to go into your blood. I want to show you where it goes into your blood. Hold on. Listen, first of all, I showed y'all that earlier. Y'all saw that earlier. When we looked up blood and we looked up blood cells, it showed you that red blood cells also house toxic waste. If y'all need me to go back to it, I'll go back to it. But y'all should know, we know that red blood cells house toxic waste, right? So this is why people end up with blood conditions. Okay, this is why when you eat like dairy and you eat like molded food, which is what dairy is, like cheese is molded milk. Goat cheese, cottage cheese, all of that stuff is just molded milk cells. That's all. And even milk contains colostrum and steroids from the animal. And it contains all kind of genetic instructions and code to go to your body. And it actually throws off your estrogen levels. It throws off everything to eat that. Because you're eating genetic instructions of an animal. You really got to understand that. People don't understand that you are what you eat. Like when you eat something, you are telling your body to become that thing that you're eating. So if you're eating molded atoms and stuff, then you're asking your body to basically deteriorate itself. And that's what's really going to happen when you give that type of instruction to yourself. So let's go ahead and move forward, y'all. I think that you also, one thing I wanted to bring up to y'all too is the vibration, right? You want to keep in mind that your vibration, my battery about to die, goddess. I'm at 18%. You got a charger? Yeah. Bear with me, y'all. So look, you want to keep in mind that your vibration is going to be thrown off, right? How many people know what vibration is, right?
Oh, you need the C-port.
Let's see if I can show y'all real quick. And honestly, this is pretty good. No matter which one. I appreciate you guys. No, I need it. Can you plug it up to the laptop? Is that where's? Oh, it's not gonna work, is it? Okay, I'll plug it up to the guys. Alright, yeah. Alright, so bear with me, family. I had to restructure myself because that's alright. I'll sit right here. So look, y'all, I'm gonna sit by the door because it's a certain charger that I'm using that's by the door. So look, vibrations are electrical impulses. Not necessarily. I mean, vibrations is frequency. It's basically it's the, when you say frequency, you're talking about how often something happens, right? So when you say frequency, which is what a vibration is, you're talking about how often atoms are moving, right? You're talking about how often atoms are moving, right? So bear with me, we're gonna get into it. Give me 1 second, y'all, because I want to show y'all something. This is what I was looking for the first time. So look, Now, how many people remember, right? These are an example of frequencies, right? So when you're talking about the chakra system, right? And some of y'all may want to look into sound healing too, because you can literally heal your body with sound. And they're doing it professionally now, but we've been new it, but they're doing it professionally now too. Like they can put sounds next to your heart or your organs and it'll heal them. And it's because when you're sick, again, sickness and germs is just low vibrations. That's the only thing you want to understand. When you're sick, that's just vibrating low. That's all it is. So, when you raise those vibrations. Now, keep in mind that this is 963 hertz. This is your crown chakra. This is when you are at a state where, you are about to, in meditation, you are about to astral project. You are about to step into the cosmos, right? This is a really high frequency. But keep in mind, the sun vibrates at 750 terahertz. Think about how crazy that is. I'm just making y'all realize this, right? And your body changes states of matter based on its vibration. This is why death is not real for my people who believe in death. Because when your body is vibrating low, you are in a solid state. But when your body vibrates higher, you become a gas. This is what ghosts are, right? And your eyes can only see a certain frequency. This is why you can see certain things but not hear them, right? Because your ears can hear everything. So listen, that's a deep topic. Because unless I explain it, it's going to sound like some pseudoscience, crazy shit. You have to really understand science around you. But just know that everything around you is vibration. Everything is vibration. Nothing dies. They even tell you that in science. There's no such thing as energy dying. It's only transfer. This is why people should understand that there's no such thing as death. When you pass, your atoms simply vibrate at a different rate and you change frequency and your state of matter change. You go from solid to a gas or to a plasma, which is a higher state, right? But we're not going to get into all of that. We sidetracking. We're sidetracking, y'all. My apologies. Let me get back to where I was. Hold on. So just know that your vibratory frequency is going to drop a lot when you're talking about meat. Because, and it's really because of what they do to them animals before they kill them, you know what I'm saying? They make sure that those animals are in a very frightened state. They make sure that their adrenal glands are producing, adrenochrome, which are going to be very low vibrational atoms, and you're going to eat them. And then once you eat them, your body is going to do a process called RNA polymerase and other metabolic processes and take that shit in. Okay? The last thing I wanted to touch on, right, in this section, because again, we are on part 2, section, what section is this? Section 3, right? Talking about dispelling meat. The last thing I want to touch on, because I done already gave y'all enough to where you should know not to fucking touch that stuff. But the last thing I want to tell you about is parasites. And the reason I want to tell you about this is because this is the science behind why you're going to have a very hard time getting people to stop eating meat. You're going to have a very hard time, right? Because the way parasites work, there's a parasite I want to show y'all, right? And there's several of these parasites that get into people through meat. What I would recommend that you do, just so that you can see, I'm going to show you one in particular, but I want to show you a way to look up something, right? Type in, right? Because it's no secret that meat has parasites. I mean, people know this. People just don't like to know the truth. So some of them are like lie to themselves. Type in most common, just so you can see the more common ones. Common parasites. Bruh, will you stop playing with me and type correctly? Parasites found in meat. Right? Type that in. And guess what you'll see? Top 10 list of foodborne parasites, right? And they're going to show you parasites that come from meat. Right? But I want to show you something so that you understand the way parasites work and the reason why you're not going to be able to get somebody who eating meat. See, this comes from beef. They got a beef tapeworm. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to get somebody to stop eating meat easily because they are not themselves. Parasites run the body. Parasites control the body. Parasites are the reason why anybody who click on my video right now who watching this and they eat meat, they gonna go out this live right now. I guarantee you. Even if it's people in here who been watching this whole time and they eat meat, they gonna find a reason to click off this live. I guarantee you. You know why? Because they are not the host of their body. They are not controlling their body. The parasites are. The parasites are. Again, the parasites are. Okay? And let me show you an example of a parasite and what they do, right? So one good example of one, right? Let's see. What the hell is it called, God? It's not the hookworm. What's that one called? Bear with me, y'all. What is that damn thing called, God? It's the one that get in. Oh, horsehair worm. Look. Now this one doesn't get in humans. This one doesn't get in humans that we know of, anyway. But I just want to show y'all. Matter of fact, I think I should go to YouTube for this. Now, what these things do, right? These parasites, they get inside your body, and they connect themselves to certain organs, and they secrete chemicals that make you do things, right? Right? So a lot of times what you'll see is praying mantis jump inside of water, right? Let's go to YouTube, y'all. I should hold on. I should have copied and pasted that. Hold on. Let me show y'all something, alright? Bear with me, y'all. Shit, if you done stayed this long, I guess you can stay longer, shit. Right? Right? Let's go to YouTube. Hold up. I'm gonna turn this around. I don't know what's gonna come up. Somebody said parasites stay in the stomach, then send messages to the brain that you need more. Exactly. That's exactly what it does. But when you say that to somebody, they think you lying, or you don't know what you're talking about, or the parasites on them are telling them just don't listen to him. You know what I'm saying? If y'all seen the movie The Host, you know what I'm saying? That's a good example. Like, they get inside you and then they start controlling your emotions. They start controlling everything about you, right? So this is an example of a horsehair worm, right? Right? See how it's in water? You're gonna see the worm come out of it. See him?
Okay, there he goes.
See?
Oh my. Ew.
Now, you can look up tons of videos like that, and you can see. Now, the reason why this happens is because, like I said, the horsehair worm parasite gets inside of the body. It attaches itself to certain organs, and it makes the praying mantis thirsty. I mean, like deadly thirsty, to the point where the praying mantis just feels like it needs water so bad. You can look up so many videos of a praying mantis just jumping in water and diving in. And then once it dives in the water, you see the parasites bust out of them, just like that. Right? Because you have to understand the way parasites work. They don't necessarily want to kill you. You know what I'm saying? They don't necessarily want to kill the host. They want to live off of you, right? And the parasites that are found in meat, they lay eggs in the meat. And then you eat the meat, and then the eggs get laid in you, right? Right. When your stomach start cramping, that's the parasite sending a message, right? So at the end of the day, you want to understand that they secrete these secretions that go into your bloodstream and your DNA. And this is how you can crave meat, because during spermatogenesis, sperm cells pull from your DNA and RNA traits. If you're a person that eats a lot of meat, when you were absorbing the meat through the metabolic processes, your RNA took in those traits and it put it in your sperm through a process called spermatogenesis. So when you get someone pregnant, that sperm cell already has that trait. Kind of like the blood type I was telling you about, except they don't tell you about that. You know what I'm saying? So you already want these things. You're genetically predisposed to wanting these things. Not because it's natural, but just because you do. So that's how you got some people that swear up and down. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you said, can you show it again? Yeah, I'll show it again. And there's a bunch of these. It's kind of nasty, but, you know. And it's in water. Notice it's in water.
Whoa.
That's why they, see?
Are you kidding me?
See them coming out of them? This is inside people's stomach. See the way they tied up in knots? Y'all see them little knots and stuff, how they tie up? That's what they do to your organs. They literally wrap around your organs.
Nothing back down in.
You know what I'm saying?
Can't really get.
So they literally wrap themselves around your organs, and then they send messages to your blood cells right? And your RNA has something called mRNA, which we kind of show, but it's called messenger RNA, and that sends messages to your bloodstream as to what you should be and what you should want, right? RNA is what makes you who you're gonna be. DNA is who you are, if that makes any sense, right? DNA is who you are. RNA is who you're going to be based on your DNA. So it sends messages to your RNA telling you to want that shit. And then it secretes thoughts in your mind to make you want it. It controls your mind as well. It's literal mind control. This is why these people, they can't stop eating that stuff. If you listen, somebody who eat a lot of meat and you tell them stop, you're going to see their eye twitch. You're going to see them act fake. Just tell them like, why you eating meat? Stop eating meat. They're going to be like, you're going to see their response. See their response. That's not them. That's not them. I know this sound crazy, y'all. I know a lot of people probably like, what were you talking about? That's not them. Just know that that's not them. That's that parasite. The parasite is literally controlling them. And the only way to get rid of a parasite is to flush it out, which is anerdia, fasting, which is going to be extremely hard if you have those. All right, one love to you, Chanel. Appreciate you for checking the live as long as you could. All right, one love to you. But like I said, all right. So that's the last. We're gonna end that section. All right, we done with section 3, which was dispelling meat. We're gonna move into the next section of part 2, food, which is called biominerals. Right. We almost getting to the end of part 2, and then we're gonna wrap it up with part 3. All right, because part 3 not that long. All right, I know we've been on here for quite a while, y'all. We've been on here at least about probably 3 hours at this point. All right. So let me hurry. Well, I don't want to rush it, but I also want to value y'all time because I know it's getting kind of late. It's funny that it's 10:20 and that's my solar return, October 20th. My solar return. Look at that, y'all see? It's my solar return, right? When I said that, right? See how these numbers work? Numerology, gematria. All right, look. So biominerals, right? Let me just show y'all something. And the reason I wanted to do this was because a lot of people will go, well, look, you saying we can't eat this, we can't eat that. Well, what are we supposed to eat? You know what I'm saying? Fruits and vegetables is really the answer, but biominerals is what you want to heal, right? This is, and I would recommend that y'all study. I would recommend that y'all study Dr. Sebi, okay? You want to study Dr. Sebi. Don't let his murder be in vain. Okay, don't let him die and be in vain, y'all. Study Dr. Sebi. He took the time out to show you right. He took the time out to show y'all, he took the time out to show y'all what biominerals have what foods have what. Like don't do them like that. And don't listen. One thing y'all have to know is that Dr. Sebi's legacy was co-opted, right? So I would recommend that you go try to find YouTube videos. I can send y'all some if you want, but if you don't physically watch Dr. Sebi say it out of his mouth, I would not recommend doing it. For instance, because I've been studying him for a while, Dr. Sebi always says to not eat garlic. He swore by that. Do not eat garlic. Garlic is extremely acidic and it causes issues in your gastrointestinal area. But if you go to Dr. Sebi's website, they tell you to eat garlic. They tell you that it's Dr. Sebi approved. They have it in there, and they have it in their Dr. Sebi approved meals, right? But I know for a fact he said not to eat that. He said not to eat carrots because carrots are not natural and they come from arid environments that are not familiar with our bodies. They're not familiar with our biochemical structure. So he said do not eat them. But what do you see when you go to Dr. Sebi's approved website? Carrots, right? So like I told you, if you're not an OG, if you're not really familiar with what's going on, then you're going to get fooled trying to go, you know what I'm saying? You're going to get fooled. Now, let me stop saying his name because all of the bots and stuff start coming in when you say it because they got algorithms that's literally set up to pick up when somebody say his name and then it send them in there and they start like comment and they start, if you don't believe me, make a post. Just make any random post and put hashtag Dr. Sebi. And watch how quick you're going to see 20, 30 people come to your page and be like, I got cancer and I was able to heal it with that. You're going to see a whole bunch of premeditated posts and stuff because they got bots and agents and people who set up to just make anybody who even talk about him shy away from it. You know what I'm saying? Because he was that powerful. You know what I'm saying? So let's go on. We're on section 4. We're talking about biominerals, okay? Now, bio means life, right? When you're talking about bio, you're talking about, excuse me, bear with me. You're talking about bio, you're talking about something that has life, right? You're talking about something that has life. And when you're talking about minerals, you're talking about things that are of the earth, right? Let me see what they tell you. See, look, this website right here give a nice little definition. Let me see if this is it. This website, sciencedirect.com. Biominerals are natural composite minerals based upon biomolecules, right? And minerals produced by living organisms, right? We produce biominerals through a process called biomineralization, right? So what you really want to understand is that any biomineral that our bodies naturally produce, like for instance, iron, you know what I'm saying, potassium, phosphate, right, which we know is in our DNA, we showed that, right? Anytime your body naturally produces that, that substance can also be found in nature because we are one with nature. This is how Dr. Sebi was able to prove that melanin is not real, because you can't find melanin nowhere in nature. You can't find no product that has melanin. If you ran out of melanin in your body, there's nothing you can eat that'll give it to you, because it ain't no such goddamn thing. Matter of fact, there is something you can eat, but it's cheese, pork, lamb, right? Because with melanin, see, I'm giving y'all a little bit of a drop. With melanin, for those who don't know, right? Melanin functions off of a protein known as, what's that goddamn protein? Tyrosine. Yeah, it's called tyrosine, right? Tyrosine is found in pigs and lamb and pork. It's not found in nature. So if you believe that you have melanin, that means you believe that your source of your skin's defense comes from pork, lamb, and beef. And these are not even natural creatures, because those were created through eugenics. Those animals are not natural, none of those, right? And we know that. But that's neither here nor there. And by the way, melanin gets hurt by the sun. They have, look, let's not go into that. Let's keep on going. So look, so what you want to know is that with biominerals, right, you want to look for things like, the examples that I will give y'all, and I'm going to wrap this up real quick. All right. Some examples that I will give y'all of things that you can find, natural sources of things, are like sea moss. A lot of people know about sea moss, so I don't even have to really say that. How many people know about burdock root though? Right? Burdock root literally heals your blood. It's called arctium. That's the actual scientific name for it. Right? Look, let me show you. Burdock root. And Dr. Sebi swore by this, but burdock root, this is a natural plant, right? I'm gonna show y'all it because I got some. It contains inulin, right? A natural dietary fiber, right? For digestion, right? So this is gonna heal. It actually contains, look. Let's type in this, right? What? Let's see. What minerals? Let's do what minerals. What minerals? Okay, there we go. What minerals are found in burdock root? I looked it up already, as you see. Calcium, iron, magnesium, phosphate, or phosphorus, right? Right? Look at that. You know what I'm saying? Calcium. So this is really good for your bones. And look, let me tell y'all how you're supposed to be a scientist and how you're supposed to handle your body like that, right? I was running up the steps, right? I was jogging up the steps, right? And my knee started hurting, right? My knee started hurting. Now, if your knee starts hurting, right? My knee, and when I say started hurting, I mean it was like a slight pain that shot through my knee, right? Now, if your knee start hurting, that's your bone, right? Your bone is made up of what? Calcium, right? We all know that calcium. Bear with me, okay? Because I'm not going in here for you. I'm trying to get something for this that I should have already had out here, and I had no business not having it here. By the way, y'all, this is what your fridge should look like. Let me show you something real quick, okay? This is the only thing you should even have in your fridge. Ignore this organic ketchup that has no business in there. You know what I'm saying? My goddess be cheating sometimes, and I be cheating with it, so I ain't gonna act like it's just her. But this is why you gotta know how to fast and clean your body out. But look, apples, you know what I'm saying? This is a little mini fridge that we got. Cucumbers, see I got my peeler and my knife because I be eating them all the time, right? Blackberries, right? So that's what you want to, that's the type of stuff you want to, you know what I'm saying, you want to have. And I keep this handy because anytime the kids get hungry, we just give them some apples. You know what I'm saying? That's what you want to do. When you want to get used to, like, when your child say they hungry, don't go make them some mac and cheese. Don't go give them some silly shit. Just give them an apple. They don't need nothing else. This whole thought of, oh no, you have to get a meat, a starch, and a veggie, that's BS. I'm telling y'all right now, that's BS. That was the food pyramid. You gotta get that out of your mind. You gotta unlearn that, y'all. We gotta unlearn that. We gotta grow. You know what I'm saying? But look, my knee was hurting. So look what I got. Burdock root, right? Arctium lapa, right? Now, this is what burdock root looks like. So yeah, for those who don't know, I'm gonna show you. Hold up. This is what it looks like. Now you can boil it, you know what I'm saying? You can boil it. You know, you can cook it, you can put it in stuff. You know, you can do how you want with it. It's kind of chewy, to be honest with you. But what I do, to be honest with you, and just started doing, especially since my knee was hurting, and guess what? My knee don't hurt no more. I actually tried running up the steps. And when I say running up the steps, I mean I was like hopping up, skipping steps, like 2, 2, 3, 2, jumping up. Not regular walking. I'm, you know what I'm saying? I'm good. But when I eat it, I just do this. Remember? I eat it like that. If it's too hard for you, drink some water and swallow it down. You got to get out of the habit of eating for pleasure. You know what I'm saying? You're eating to heal yourself. You know what I'm saying? So if you have bone issues, you starting to see your bones cracking, you feeling pain in your bones, that's what you need. Burdock root. You need to look up what minerals, what foods can give you minerals like calcium, okay? If you got blood issues, you need to look up what foods are gonna give you iron, right? I mean, right? Iron is blood, is it not? Did y'all see that? I don't know if I told y'all or showed it to y'all, but blood is an iron. See, this shit so chewy, I'm still chewing on it. Alright? I mean, iron is in blood. Iron is in your blood, for those who don't know. Alright? Alright, now, this is the last thing I want to show y'all about food. And then we're going to move on to the last section and we're going to get out of here. Alright, one love to everybody who in here. Shout out to Prokaryotic Mike. You stayed in here like, Mark, you stayed in here like the whole time. Same thing with Big Beezy, my guy. Obi-Wan. One love to y'all, family. For real. Cause that's a lot for you to stay in here like that. You said Asiatic. What you mean by Asiatic pain? I don't know what you mean by that. When you say Asiatic, I'm thinking about, you know, Scipio Asiaticus, who conquered the land called Asia and named it after him. As well as his cousin Scipio Africanus, who conquered the land that's called Africa now. That's the first thing came to my mind when you say Asiatic. I'm thinking about them Roman generals that conquered our land and named it after themselves. So just let me know what you mean by Asiatic pain. You said you got about 15 minutes. All right. I might be able to wrap up most of it in 15 minutes. Let's try to get to it. Last thing I wanted to show y'all is for this last section is hydrolysis, right? And you know what? I'm not even going to dig into this too much because this was about unlocking your DNA, which I wanted to put in here. But I'm not going to go into it because I did another lecture on that. And if y'all want to know that, then I would recommend that you go watch that lecture. But I am going to show y'all just because I did show y'all DNA. Alright, so I'm going to show y'all something called a G protein, right? And y'all can watch the lecture and y'all can see more about this, right? Now, this is how you unlock DNA. G protein. Now what is guanine? For my people in here, right? GTP. Remember ATP? ATP was generated from adenosine, which is a part of your DNA, right? That's one of the nuclear bases in the DNA. Y'all remember, right? One of the nucleosides. Then you have guanine, right? Now, guanine has something called a G protein. This G protein sends signal to your DNA. And it unlocks things. That's just what you want to know, okay? And it hydrolyzes, right? So there's something called hydrolysis. I just want to make sure that you all are familiar with what hydrolysis is, because this all ties into the importance of eating, you know, correctly, right? Because hydrolysis is what? And the etymology of it is hydro, which is water, and lys means to unbind. You see? Unbind. To unbind water, right? And what is water? Hydrogen, is it not? Hydrogen. So if you're unbinding hydrogen, you are unlocking your DNA. Right? Is it not? Are we not? Are we not? Let's look at the science. I mean, we don't need to, we don't need to ask opinions. Let's look at the science. So when you look at DNA, do we or do we not see that hydrogen, which is this little dot, is here, locking these together, right? So hydrogen is what's locking this in, keeping it from expanding to other ones, right? So when you have the potential to connect to that hydrogen, then this DNA can now lock to it can now unbind and go to other ones, right? So when you are unbinding or doing hydrolysis, that is a functionality that's done with water. So that's just what I wanted to show you. I wanted to show people that, so that you can really understand the importance of eating high pH foods and just drinking a lot of water and making sure that you have water in your body. All right. Let's move on to the last section so we can get up out of here. All right. Move on to part 3. All right. Because we really done most of what I wanted y'all to catch. Now what we're about to do is just kind of expose some stuff, and we're gonna use diabetes as an example and show y'all like how you could heal it easy and how they killing you trying to heal you. Because diabetes is a really good example, because there's a lot of people who are dying from that. You know what I'm saying? I actually know somebody in particular that's going through that, and I wish that I could help them, but they're not ready to. They're not ready to take my advice. Like I'm telling y'all, they're not ready for that. So, them parasites is too strong. You know what I'm saying? So, let's get into it real quick, y'all. So, what is diabetes? Some of y'all may already know what that is, okay? Alright? If you don't know what it is, let me just let you know. It's a blood disorder. It's just basically a blood disorder where your blood can't metabolize nutrients inside the gastrointestinal tract. But let's see what they say. Diabetes, also known as is a group of metabolic disorders characterized by high blood sugar level over a prolonged period of time. Now, what you want to know is they characterize diabetes a lot of time as high blood sugar or low blood sugar, but that's not really what it is. That's just like a characterization of it because it's a symptom of it. But what it actually is a metabolic disorder, right? And what is a metabolic disorder? Metabolic disorder is a disorder that negatively alters the body's processing, right? And what are they talking about? They're talking about metabolic processes, right? Talking about metabolic processes. And what's a metabolic processing? Processing protein, breaking down sugars, right? Like that, right? And when you have, so you have, okay, so now we'll get into some things, right? So just know that, remember,